Phantom by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 394. He had deceived them for a purpose. In essence, he was spying on their thoughts. They were up to things, and he wanted to surreptitiously eavesdrop on those plans so that he could turn them to his own advantage. He knew that Kahlan was not up to anything other than wanting to escape from the sisters. She had no more plans beyond that. She didn't even have a memory of who she really was. There was nothing for Jagang to spy on within her mind. It had to be obvious that she didn't want to be his captive either, that she wanted her life back. So there was nothing that he could really learn by secretly spying on her thoughts, at least not yet. Not unless she began to think rather than be blinded by panic. But if he really wasn't in her mind, then why not? He was a dream walker, after all, a man of such power that the sisters had been trying to stay away from him, unsuccessfully as it turned out, precisely because of his ability and power. He very much wanted Kahlan as his prize of prizes, as he'd called her. If he was in her mind, he could have controlled her with the same invisible leash he used to control the sisters, and not have to go through their ability to do it. He didn't seem like the sort of man who would resort to such a second-hand method of control if he didn't have to. He wouldn't need the sisters to control her if he could enter her mind. What would be the point now of not making his presence in her mind known, if he really could do it? Even more material, if she was that important to him, he would surely want to have that manner of control if it was possible. So why wasn't he able to get into her mind and control her directly? There was something more going on. She got the distinct impression that there were things he was being careful not to say. "This is it, then," he said to the sisters. "This is the Book of Counted Shadows. This is what you came here for, what you needed. I want to get started right away." "But, Excellency," Sister Ulysses said, looking startled by the very idea, "we only have 2 of the boxes. We would need all 3. "No, you don't. You only need to use this book to discover if one of the 2 boxes we have here is the one you really need. If the missing box is the one that would destroy us, or destroy all that exists, then why would we need it?" Sister Ulysses looked like she had very good reasons why they would need it, but she really didn't want to argue the point. "Well," she said, searching for the right words, "I suppose that very well might be true. After all, we haven't actually had the chance to study the Book of Counted Shadows yet, so we can't know for sure. The other references could have been wrong. That's why we were coming here, after all. We needed the book. It could be, as you say, Excellency, that we don't actually need the 3rd box." It was obvious to Kahlan that Sister Ulysses didn't believe such a thing. Jagang didn't seem concerned by her doubt. "And here it sits, waiting." He gestured to the book lying on the heavy table. "Once you study this book, then you can tell which box is which one is the one we need. If it turns out that these 2 are the wrong boxes, perhaps by then the 3rd will turn up." The sisters hesitated at agreeing to his idea, but didn't seem willing to offer an argument. Finally, after glancing to the others, Sister Ulysses conceded the value of his suggestion. "None of us have seen this book before, so we will need to learn from it what we can." "I think you are correct, Excellency. Studying the book would be in order." Jagang tilted his head toward the book lying on the table. "Then get to it." The sisters crowded close and leaned over, reverently gazing for the first time upon the book they had so long sought. They read in silence, with Jagang keeping an eye on them as well as the book. "Excellency," Sister Ulysses said after only a brief examination, "it would appear that we can't just start, as you put it."
"Why not?"
"Well, look here." She tapped the page. "Right in the beginning, this confirms what we previously had reason to suspect, that there are safeguards against any eventuality. It says that you need... She fell silent as she glanced over her shoulder at Kahlan. Well, she went on, right here in the very beginning it says, verification of the truth of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of... Well, Excellency, you can see yourself what it says. It was clear to Kahlan that the woman was avoiding saying something aloud. Jagang likewise read it in silence.
So what? He argued. It is being read by the one who commands the boxes. It's being read by me through you. I control the boxes now.
Sister Ulysses cleared her throat. Excellency, I want to be perfectly honest with you.
I'm in your mind, Ulysses. It would be impossible for you to be anything but perfectly honest. I know you doubt my idea, but are unwilling to express such thoughts aloud. So, as you know, I would be aware if you were trying to deceive me.
Yes, Excellency. She gestured to the book. But you see, this is a very technical issue.
What is?
The verification issue, Excellency. This is an instructional book on implementation of profoundly complex matters. These things are not only profoundly complex, but profoundly dangerous to all of us. So, for that reason, it is critical to pay strict attention to what this book says. This is not a matter to be approached casually. You can't assume anything. The things this book says are exceptionally specific for good reasons. You have to think about every word, every sentence, every formula in it. You have to consider every possibility. Our lives all depend on the utmost caution in these matters.
What's so technical about this? It says quite plainly, verification if spoken by another. It's not spoken by another. We're reading it directly.
That's the precise point, Excellency. We are not reading it directly.
Jagang's face went red with rage. What do you think we're standing here doing, then?
Sister Ulysses gulped air as if an invisible hand had her by the throat. Excellency, you command the boxes now, but you are not really reading the Book of Counted Shadows. He leaned toward her in a menacing fashion.
Then what is it I'm reading?
A copy, she said. He paused.
So?
So, in this case, you are not technically reading the Book of Counted Shadows. You are reading a copy of it. You are, in essence, reading something spoken by another. His frown deepened.
Who is the one reading it, then?
The one who made the copy. Jagang straightened as comprehension dawned in his expression.
Yes, this isn't the original. In a sense, I'm hearing it from the one who made the copy.
He scratched his stubble.
So it must be verified.
Exactly, Excellency. Sister Ulysses, visibly relieved. Jagang looked back over his shoulder at Kahlan.
Come here.
Kahlan hurried to do as he ordered, not wanting to be given any pain in a fight she knew he would easily win. Jillian stuck close to her side, apparently not wanting to be left standing alone back closer to the two fierce guards. Jagang's big hand grasped the back of Kahlan's neck. He forcibly pulled her forward and bent her down toward the book.
Look at this and tell me if it is genuine.
After he released her, Kahlan could still feel the painful, lingering impression of his powerful fingers where they had squeezed her neck. She resisted the urge to rub her throbbing flesh and instead picked up the book. Kahlan didn't have the slightest idea how to tell if a book that she had never seen before was genuine or not. She didn't have any idea what would constitute authenticity. She knew, though, that Jagang would not accept such an excuse. He only cared about getting an answer. He wouldn't want to hear that she didn't know that answer. Deciding that she, at the least, had to try, she began leafing through the pages, trying to make it look like she was putting in an honest effort, when she was really doing nothing more than flipping over blank pages of a book lying open on the table before her. "I'm sorry," she said at last, unable to think of anything to tell him other than the truth, "but this is all blank. There is nothing for me to verify." "She can't see the words, Excellency," Sister Ulysses said under her breath, as if it were hardly a surprise to her. "This is a book of magic. An intact link to specific kinds of Han is required to read it." Jagang glanced at the collar around Kahlan's neck. "Intact." He peered suspiciously into her eyes. "Maybe she's lying. Maybe she just doesn't want to tell us what she sees." Kahlan wondered if this was confirmation that he was not in her mind, or if for some reason he was still carrying out a carefully crafted ruse. It didn't seem to her that at this point such reticence to reveal a presence in her mind, if there really was one, would serve any purpose. After all, the boxes and the book were the central reason for the entire deception of the sisters. He had used his secret presence specifically to bring them here, to this book. Jagang abruptly snatched Jillian by her hair. Jillian let out a surprised but brief clipped cry. He was obviously hurting her. She did her best not to pull against the hand holding her hair, lest he rip her scalp off. "I'm going to gouge out one of this girl's eyes," Jagang told Kahlan. "I will then ask again if the book is genuine or not. If I don't get an answer, for whatever reason, then I will gouge out her other eye. I will ask one last time. And if you again don't give me the answer, then I will gouge out her heart. What do you have to say about that?" The sisters stood mute as they watched, making no move to interfere. Jagang pulled a knife from a sheath at his belt. Jillian began panting in terror as he jerked her around, drawing his arm up tight against her throat, holding her against his chest to render her helpless and keep her still as he brought the point of a knife perilously close to her face. "Let me see the book," Kahlan said, hoping to avert the irrevocable. With a thumb and a free finger of the hand holding the knife, he picked up the book and handed it to her. Kahlan thumbed through the pages more carefully, making sure she wasn't missing any page that might say anything at all, but she still saw nothing. Every single page was blank. There was nothing to see, no way to tell if it was real or not. She closed the cover and smoothed the flat of her hand over it. She didn't know what to do. She had no idea what to look for. She flipped the book over, checking the back cover. She looked at the decal edges of the pages. She turned the book, looking down at the title embossed in gold letters on the spine. Jillian let out a strangled cry as Jagang tightened his grip across her throat, lifting her feet clear of the ground. He brought the point of the knife right up to the girl's right eye. She blinked, unable to turn away from the threat, her lashes brushing the blade's point. "Time to go blind," Jagang growled. "It's fake," Kahlan said. He looked up. "What?" Kahlan held the book out to him. "This book is a false copy. It's fake." Sister Ulysses took a step forward. "How can you possibly know that?" She looked clearly confused that Kahlan could pronounce the book a fraud without being able to read a single word in it. Kahlan ignored her. Instead, she continued to look into the dream walker's nightmare eyes. Cloudy shapes shifted like angry thunderstorms on a midnight horizon. It took all of her willpower not to look away. "Are you sure?" Jagang asked. "Yes," she said with all the confidence she could muster. "It's a fake." Now acutely focused on Kahlan, Jagang released Jillian. Once free, the girl fled around behind Kahlan, using her for cover. Jagang watched Kahlan's eyes. "How do you know that it's not the Book of Counted Shadows?" Kahlan, still holding the book out to him, turned it so that he could see the spine. You are all looking for the Book of Counted Shadows. This says, the Book of Counted Shadow. His glare heated.
What?
You asked how I know it's not genuine. That's how. It says shadow, not shadows. It's a fake. Sister Cecilia wearily wiped a hand across her face. Sister Armina rolled her eyes. Sister Ulyssia, though, frowned at the book, reading the spine for herself. She's right.
So what? Jagang threw up his hands. So the word shadow is missing a letter. It's shadow singular instead of plural. So what?
Simple, Kahlan said. One is real, one is not.
Simple, he asked. You think it's that simple?
How much more simple can it get? It probably means nothing, Sister Cecilia said, eager to side with her ill-tempered master. Singular, plural, what difference could it make? It's just the cover. It's what's inside that counts.
It could just be a mistake, Jagang said. Maybe the person who bound the copy made a mistake. The book itself would likely have been bound by someone else, so the book itself is no doubt fine.
That's right, Sister Armina said, wanting to join in with the Emperor as well. The person who made the binding is the one who made the error, not the one who made the copy. It's highly unlikely they would be the same person. The binder was probably an incompetent oaf. The one writing the words in the book would have had to be gifted. Those words written inside the book are what matters. That's the information that must be true, not what it's wrapped in. There is no doubt that it's a simple error made by a binding artisan, and it means nothing. We brought her here for this reason, Sister Ulyssia reminded them under her breath. It is irrelevant how simple it might appear. The book itself, before anything else, cautions that in this very circumstance it must be verified by her. This is a highly dangerous matter. Such an answer is too simple, Sister Cecilia proclaimed. Sister Ulyssia cocked her head at the woman. And if an assassin is coming at you with a knife, is that blade too simple for you to believe it a danger? Sister Cecilia did not look amused. This matter is too complex to be decided by something so simple. Oh? Sister Ulyssia leveled a condescending glare on the woman. And where does it say that the verification must be complex? It says only that she must make it. None of us noticed the error. She did. She has satisfied the instruction. Sister Cecilia looked down her nose at the woman who used to be her leader but was no more. Now Sister Ulyssia was no longer the one in charge, no longer the one they had to please.
I don't think it means anything,
Jagang said, still staring into Kahlan's unflinching eyes.
I doubt that she really knows that this is a fake. She's just trying to save her own neck.
Kahlan shrugged. If that's what you want to think, fine. But maybe there is an absence of doubt in your mind because you want to believe that this copy is real. She lifted an eyebrow. Not because it is. Jagang stared at her a moment. He suddenly snatched the book out of her hands and turned back to the sisters.
We need to take a careful look at what's inside. That's what matters in finding and opening the right box. We need to make sure it's not flawed in any way.
Excellency, Sister Ulyssia said, there may be no way to tell if something written in here is... Jagang tossed the book on the table, cutting her off.
I want you three to go over everything in this book. See if you can find any reason at all to think that this might be a fake.
Sister Ulyssia cleared her throat. Well, we can try.
Now!
His booming voice echoed around the room.
Or would you rather go to the tents and entertain my men? The choice of service is up to you. Pick one.
The three sisters jumped to the table. They all leaned in as they began studying the book. Jagang pushed between Sisters Ulyssia and Cecilia, apparently to watch over what they were reading and make sure that they were not overlooking anything. Chapter 39. Once she was sure that the four of them were busy, Kahlan quietly ushered Jillian back to the far end of the room, off to the side of the two big guards. "I want you to listen to me very carefully and do exactly as I say," Kahlan told her in a low voice that Jagang and the sisters couldn't hear. Jillian frowned up at her, waiting. "I need to be sure of something. I'm going to walk over to those two guards." "What?" Kahlan pressed her hand over the girl's mouth. "Shh." Jillian glanced to their captors, now worried that she had caught their attention. She hadn't. Satisfied that she had made her point, Kahlan took her hand away. "I've come to suspect that I've been spelled by those three sorceresses. I think that's why I don't remember who I am. It's magic of some sort. Almost no one but them and Jagang can ever remember seeing me. Almost no one does. I have no idea why you can. They also put this collar around my neck, and they can use it to hurt me. Now, I don't think the guards can see me, but I need to find out for sure. I want you to stay right here. Don't watch me, or you will make them suspicious of you." "But—" Kahlan crossed her lips with a finger. "Listen to me. Do as I ask." Jillian finally nodded her agreement. Without waiting to see if the girl would change her mind and decide to argue, Kahlan again checked to make sure that Jagang and the sisters were busy reading. Once seeing that they were, she immediately started across the floor. She moved as silently as she could. The guards may not know she was there, but if Jagang or the sisters heard her, she would lose her chance before she could begin. The two guards stared ahead, watching their emperor. Occasionally, the one closest to Jillian would glance over at the girl. Kahlan could tell by his lingering gaze what he was thinking. He was hoping that Jagang would give Jillian to him. Kahlan imagined that with a man like Jagang, such occasional rewards were a benefit of having earned such a trusted position as personal guard to an emperor. Jillian had no idea of the fate that was in store for her. Kahlan had to do something to change the headlong course of those looming events. Once in front of the guards, she was careful to stay out of the line of sight between them and the four people at the table. She also had to be careful not to draw the attention of the sisters, or Jagang either. Even if the two guards couldn't remember Kahlan long enough to be aware that she was there, she didn't want to find out what would happen if they were mysteriously blocked from seeing their leader. These two were wary men, no doubt of exceptional talents, and there was no telling how small a thing could alert them to trouble. And Kahlan intended on being a great deal of trouble, but not until she was ready. Standing directly in front of the two huge men, she realized that she came up only to the tops of their shoulders, so she wouldn't likely block their view. They didn't look at her, or in any way acknowledge her presence. She gently touched the metal post through one man's nose. He wrinkled his nose and then casually reached up and scratched, but he did not grab her hand. Satisfied that he would do no more, Kahlan reached out and smoothly drew a knife from a sheath on the leather strap crossing the man's chest. As the blade came out into the torchlight, she was very careful to draw it evenly without putting any twisting pressure on the sheath or strap. He didn't notice anything as it came completely free. It felt good to have the weapon in her hand. The emotion of it caused her to remember being back at the White Horse Inn when the sisters had killed the husband and wife who had run the place. She remembered picking up a heavy cleaver to try to stop them from harming the daughter. She remembered the deep inner satisfaction at having a weapon in her hand because it represented a sense of having the means to control her own life, to help her to survive. A weapon meant not being at the mercy of evil people who respected no law, whether of man or reason, of not being a helpless prey of those who were stronger and would use that strength to dominate others. Kahlan twirled the knife across her hand, weaving it through her fingers, watching it reflect the flickering light from the torches as it spun. She caught the handle and for a moment stared at the well-honed, polished blade. It represented salvation. If not for her, at least for Jillian. Remembering where she was and what she was doing, Kahlan quickly slipped the weapon down inside her boot. She looked over to make sure that Jillian was quiet and staying put. The girl's eyes had gone wide. Kahlan turned back to her task and carefully drew a second knife from a sheath on the other guard's chest strap. The blade was a little thinner, the weapon a little better balanced. Like the first, she pierced the blade through the leather of her boot near the top and slid it down into her boot, being careful to position it as she did so that the blade would be behind the bone of her ankle. She then pushed the point securely into the bottom of the boot. In the makeshift sheath, the knife couldn't move around and cut her when she walked. As silently as possible, walking lightly on the balls of her feet, Kahlan quickly returned to a startled Jillian. The sisters and their master were involved in an animated conversation about the relevance of star positions, weather, and time of year to the formation and concentration of power needed for specific spells. The sisters were explaining the meaning of passages, and Jagang was asking questions every few minutes, challenging their assumptions at every turn. Kahlan was a bit surprised to hear how well-versed the man was. The sisters sometimes found that he had learned more than they knew on certain subjects to do with the boxes of Orden. Jagang didn't look like a man who would be the kind to value knowledge from books, but Kahlan was wrong. While she didn't understand most of what they were talking about, it was obvious that Jagang was well-read and more than up to the task of conversing intelligently with the sisters, especially about subjects that they said were found only in the rarest of books. He wasn't just a brute. He was worse than that. He was a very smart brute. "All right," Kahlan said in a voice low enough that she was sure the others couldn't hear her. "I want you to listen to me. We may not have much time." Jillian's eyes were still wide. "How did you do that?" "I was right. They can't see me." "And twirling the knife like you did?" Kahlan shrugged, dismissing a question she couldn't answer to address more important matters. "Look, I need to get you out of here. This may be our only chance." Jillian looked horrified at the notion. "But if I escape, he will kill my grandfather, and probably the others as well. I can't leave." "That is the power he holds over you. But if you don't get away, the truth is that you all very well may be killed anyway. You need to understand that this could be the only chance you have, or will ever have, for your freedom." "Are you really sure of that? How can I risk my grandfather's life on what you think might happen?" Kahlan took a deep breath. She hadn't wanted to have to explain it. "I don't have time to put it to you nicely, to persuade you in gentle ways. I only have time to give you the bare bones of the truth, so that's what I'm going to do, so listen carefully. I know what these men are like. I've seen what they do to young women like you and me, seen it with my own eyes. I've seen their naked, broken bodies left sprawled where they lay when Imperial soldiers are finished using them or dumped in ditches like refuse. If you don't get away, very bad things are going to happen to you at best. You will spend the rest of your short life as a slave, being used by soldiers for their sick pleasure and amusement in ways you don't want to learn about. You will spend the rest of your life alternating between terror and sobbing. That's at best. You will live, but wish every moment that you were dead. At worst, you are going to be killed when Jagang leaves. Either way, it's a fool's wish to think he's going to let you go. No matter what happens, whether you escape or stay, he might let your grandfather and the others go simply because they may not want to take the time and trouble to kill them. Jagang has more important things he's interested in. But you are plunder that has value to him. If nothing else, he will give you to those two guards as a bonus for their service. That's how men such as Jagang draw ruthless brutes like those two into loyal service, by giving them tasty little scraps like you. Do you have any idea what they will do with you before they cut your throat?" Do you?
Jillian was silent for a moment. She swallowed before speaking.
I know what Jagang meant before, when he asked if I've ever been with a man, but I pretended I didn't. I know what he meant when he said that he would give me over to his soldiers. I know what he meant when he said they would like getting their hands on a young woman like me. I know what he meant about their desires. My family has warned me about the dangers from strangers like these. My mother has explained it. I think that she did not tell me everything, though, so that I wouldn't have nightmares. I think the parts you know would give me nightmares. Before, I only pretended I didn't know what Jagang was talking about, so that he wouldn't know how afraid I was of him doing that to me.
Kahlan couldn't help smiling.
That was a very wise thing you did, keeping such knowledge to yourself.
Jillian twisted her mouth, fighting back tears at the grim fate she had just admitted understanding.
You have a plan? Yes. You have long legs, but I still doubt that you can outrun them. There's another way, though, a way that uses what you know and they don't. You said that one wrong turn out there, and people get lost in the maze of tunnels and rooms. If you get even a small head start, you will be able to quickly lose them in all the twists and turns. As complex as this place is, I don't think that even the powers of the sisters would help them get you, and I don't think that Jagang would waste the time trying.
She still looked dubious.
But Jillian, this is a chance for you to escape. Another may never come along. I don't want anything terrible to happen to you. If you stay, it will. I want you to understand that you must take this chance. I want you out of here. This is all I can do for you.
Jillian was overcome with a look of horror.
You mean you're not going with me?
Kahlan pressed her lips tight and shook her head. She tapped the metal collar around her neck.
They can stop me with this. It's magic of some sort. They will be able to put me down. But I think that before they do, I'll be able to help slow them enough so that you can get away. But they will hurt you, or even kill you for helping me get away. They are going to hurt me anyway. Jagang has already promised me the worst he can dream up. He can do no more than he already intends. As for killing me, I don't think they would do that, for now at least. They still need me. I'm helping you get away, and that's all there is to it. My mind is made up. It's my choice. It's the only thing I can do, the only thing that I have a choice about. If I help you, then it makes my own life, no matter what will become of me, mean more to me. I will at least have done something to fight back. I will at least have this victory over them.
Jillian stared at her.
You're as brave as Lord Rahl.
Kahlan's eyebrows lifted.
You mean Richard Rahl? You know Richard Rahl?
Jillian nodded.
He helped me, too.
Kahlan shook her head in wonder.
For living out here in the middle of nowhere, you sure seem to have met a lot of important people. What was he doing here? He came back from the dead.
Kahlan frowned.
What? Well, not exactly the dead, really. At least, that's what he told me. But he came up from the well of the dead in the graveyard, just as the tellings said he would. I am the priestess of the bones. I am his servant, a dreamcaster. He is my master. There have been many priestesses of the bones before me, but he never came for them. I never knew that it would turn out that he would come back in my lifetime. He came to find books, too. He is the one who found this place. I never even knew it was down here. None of my people knew. Even my grandfather never knew this place of bones was here. Richard was looking for a book to help him find someone important to him. The book was called Chain Fire. Once he discovered this place and brought me down here, I'm the one who found the book for him. He was really excited. I was so happy that I was the one who helped him find what he needed. Since coming down here with him, I've spent all my time exploring this place, learning every turn and tunnel and room.
I hope Richard will return one day, as he said he might, and then I will be able to show him everything. I very much want to make him proud of me."
Kahlan could see the longing in Jillian's eyes to satisfy the man, to do something he would value, to have him recognize her effort and ability. Kahlan wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but she didn't have the time. She couldn't resist one, though.
"What's he like?" "Master Rahl saved my life. I've never met anyone else like him."
Jillian smiled in a distant way.
"He was, well, I don't know."
She sighed, unable to find the words.
"I see,"
Kahlan said at the dreamy look in the girl's copper-colored eyes.
"He saved my life from soldiers sent by Jagang before. They were looking for these books. I was so afraid the man who had me was going to cut my throat, but Richard killed him. Then he held me in his arms and quieted my tears."
She looked up from gazing into her memories.
"And he saved my grandfather, too. Well, not exactly him, but the woman with him."
"Woman?" Jillian nodded.
"Nietzsche. She said that she was a sorceress. She was so beautiful. I couldn't stop staring at her. I'd never before seen a woman that beautiful. She was like a good spirit standing there before me, with hair like sunlight and eyes like the sky itself."
Kahlan sighed. Why wouldn't a man like that have a beautiful woman with him? After hearing it, she didn't know why she hadn't ever considered such a likelihood before now. Kahlan didn't know why, but she felt as if something, some hope she had never dared define, or maybe an unfathomable longing she still clung to for something profoundly valuable hidden beneath the black shroud that had been drawn over her past, had just slipped away from her. She had to look away from Jillian's gaze, lest she lose control at the thought of the forlorn situation she found herself trapped in. She used the excuse of looking over her shoulder, checking to make sure that the Emperor and his sisters were still busy, as she wiped an unexpected solitary tear from her cheek. The sisters looked more involved than ever in a discussion of the technicalities in the book. Jagang was demanding to know how they could be sure that certain parts were correct. When Kahlan looked back, Jillian was staring at her.
"But she wasn't as beautiful as you."
Kahlan smiled.
"Diplomacy must be a requirement of being a priestess of the bones." "No,"
Jillian said, looking suddenly worried that Kahlan might not believe she was telling the truth.
"Really, there's something about you."
Kahlan frowned.
"What do you mean?"
Jillian's nose scrunched up with the struggle of searching for words.
"I don't know how to explain it. You're beautiful and smart, and you know the right thing to do. But there's something else."
Kahlan wondered if this could be some link to who she really was. She had been looking for someone who would be able to see her and remember her, and maybe give her a clue.
"Like what?" "I don't know. Something noble." "Noble?"
Jillian nodded.
"You remind me of Lord Rahl in a way. He saved my life without hesitation, just like you want to do. It wasn't just that, though. I don't know how to explain it. There was just something about him. And you have that same quality about you, too." "Good. At least he and I have something in common then, because I'm about to save your life, too."
Kahlan took a steadying breath as she checked over her shoulder again. The others were still engaged in their heated conversation. She turned back to Jillian and gave her a dead serious look.
"We have to do this now." "But I'm still worried about my grandfather."
Kahlan looked into the girl's eyes for a long moment.
"Now you listen to me, Jillian. You're fighting for your life. It's the only life you will ever have. They will show you no mercy for staying. I know that your grandfather would want you to take this chance."
Jillian nodded.
"I understand. Lord Rahl told me much the same thing about the importance of my life."
For some reason, that lifted Kahlan's heart and made her smile. The smile quickly vanished, though, as she put her mind back to the task at hand. She didn't know if Jagang and the sisters would be finished soon, or if they would be at it for the rest of the night, but she couldn't afford to miss the opportunity. "We have to do this now before I lose my nerve. I want you to do exactly as I say." "I will," Jillian said. "Here's what we're going to do. You will stay right here. I'm going to go over there and kill these 2 men. Jillian's eyes went wide. "You're going to do what?" "Kill them." "How? You're just a woman, and they're big, and there's 2 of them." "It's not impossible if you know how." "You're going to cut their throats?" Jillian guessed. "No, they would make noise if I did that. Besides, I couldn't do that to both of them at the same time. So I'm going to take 2 more of their knives, and then I'm going to slip up behind them, and I'm going to stab them right here." Kahlan jabbed a finger in Jillian's back, a little to the side, right in the soft spot of her kidney. Even the small jab made the girl grunt with the pain of how sensitive that place was. Stabbing a man right there in his kidney is so painful that it makes it impossible for him to cry out. "You can't be serious. Surely they will scream." Kahlan shook her head. "The pain is so great when you're stabbed in the kidney that your throat clamps shut. Your scream is locked in your lungs. That will be our chance. Before they collapse and hit the floor, as they're dying, we have to get through that door behind them. We have to slip through as quietly as possible to buy as much time as we can. We'll probably only have a brief moment before we're discovered, but that moment is all we need for you to get away. You stand right here. As soon as I drive the knives in their backs, you head for the door, fast as you can, but don't make any noise. I'll be there with you at the doors." Jillian was panting in fear of such a task. Her eyes were brimming with tears. "But I want you to go with me." Kahlan squatted and hugged the girl. "I know. This is all I can do to protect you, Jillian, but I think it will be enough to get away." She wiped at her eyes. "But what will they do to you?" "You just worry about getting away. If I get a chance to escape, I promise you I will. Tell Loki to watch for me in case I ever do get away." "All right." Kahlan knew that it was a false hope. She squeezed Jillian's shoulder and stood. She checked the 4 at the table one last time. She did so just in time. Jagang glanced over his shoulder to see what Kahlan was doing. She stood silently beside Jillian, watching him and the sisters working, as if she had been there the whole time, doing nothing but awaiting her fate. He turned his attention to the heated words between Sister Ulyssia and Sister Cecilia. Sister Ulyssia was being her obstinate self, while Sister Cecilia was trying to find a way to appease Jagang by telling him whatever he wanted to hear. Once she was sure that Jagang's attention was back on the book, Kahlan immediately started for the guards. As one was again eyeing Jillian with increasingly open lust, Kahlan carefully pulled a long knife from his weapons belt. Without delay, she moved to the far guard and did the same, taking his long knife as well. Standing behind them, she glanced to the sisters and Jagang, and seeing them still busy, she looked over at Jillian. The girl, wiping her palms on her hips, nodded that she was ready. Kahlan reached to the man on the right and drew a knife he carried in a sheath hanging from a strap on his side. She placed the blade sideways between her teeth. Without lingering any longer, she scrutinized the lower backs of the guards, selecting the precise spots she needed to hit. She chose the right side of the man on her left and the left side of the man on her right, so that she would have targets closest together, and she would be able to put her full strength into the thrust. She looked back and forth between the men, making sure that she would hit the right spot with each knife. If she missed, it would be fatal, but not necessarily for the men. It would be Jillian who paid the price of an error. It had to be right, and it had to be right the first time. Kahlan took a deep breath, holding it only briefly. Then she exhaled hard, adding that power to the force she put into her thrust. With all her strength, she plunged both knives into the men's backs. The blades went in up to the hilts. Both men stiffened at the jolting shock. Kahlan had already drawn another breath. This time, as quickly as she could, she forced out the breath and used all her considerable strength to pull the handles together toward one another so that the blades would pivot and rip through the men's kidneys. The men stood frozen stiff and slightly twisted, backs arched with the intense wallop of excruciating pain. Their eyes bulged, their mouths opened, but they made no sound. They stood in mortal trauma, unable to draw in a gasp or let out a cry. When Kahlan looked up, Jillian was already on her way. Kahlan turned and swiftly opened one of the narrow doors. She didn't want to give their pursuers a clear path by opening both. Jillian was there. The men's knees began buckling. Kahlan put her hand on Jillian's back, between her shoulders, and rushed her through the doorway, propelling her out into the hallway. Kahlan took the knife from her teeth. "Run. Don't stop for anything." Jillian nodded back. She looked as if the keeper himself were on her heels. Kahlan turned to close the door, but just then the men hit the floor. 4 startled faces spun around toward her. Kahlan pulled the door closed and ran as if the keeper were after her, too. She saw Jillian in the dim distance, just as she reached an intersection where a juncture of branches of passages went off in different directions. The girl paused, looking back at Kahlan. They shared a brief look filled with meaning, and then she was gone, vanished down one of the passages. It was so dark in the distance that Kahlan wasn't sure which one Jillian had taken. Behind came an explosive splintering of wood, as if the doors had been blown apart. Torchlight suddenly spilled through the hall, surrounding Kahlan. She immediately stopped and spun back. She gripped the knife by the point. She saw shadows in the room rushing toward the gaping doorway. With all her strength, she heaved the knife, without there even being anyone there yet in that doorway. An enraged Sister Cecilia burst through first. The knife slammed into her chest. Kahlan had hoped it would be Jagang first through, but she had been pretty sure it would be a sister, so she had aimed accordingly. The blade had flown true and plunged right through Sister Cecilia's heart. The sister went down hard. Kahlan turned and ran with all her strength. Just as she had turned, she had seen the others fall over the body of Sister Cecilia. Kahlan ran as she had never run before. She took the first corner to the left. She didn't know which turns Jillian had taken, but she didn't see her. The girl was gone. A flush of pure exhilaration washed through Kahlan, filling her very soul with the thrill of success. It had worked. She had kept her promise to Jillian and to herself. She had at least beaten them in this much of it. She was giddy with the victory, even as she ran like a madwoman. She had not only killed the 2 guards, but taken out Sister Cecilia. Images of the pain that woman had given her and the satisfaction she had derived from it flashed through Kahlan's mind, and she savored her vengeance. Now that it had worked, and Jillian was away, terror flooded up through her. She knew she wouldn't get away. All she could do was run, taking random turns, and wait for the end. It came with a sudden shock of pain she thought must be something like what the 2 men had felt. She knew she hit the ground, but she didn't really feel it. And then it felt as if the entire ceiling and dead city above all caved in on top of her. The world went as black as a grave. Chapter 40. Richard was winded by the time he had finally crested the rise. It wasn't just that he was out of breath, though. He was out of strength as well. He knew that he hadn't taken the time to eat as much as he should have along the way, and now he was paying the price for it. His legs felt like lead. His stomach ached with hunger. He felt weak and just wanted to lie down, but he couldn't, not now, not when he was this close, not when there was so much at stake. He'd eaten some pine nuts and a few handfuls of huckleberries he'd come across as he went along, but he hadn't gone out of his way to collect any more. He just hadn't wanted to take the time. At least he had his pack with him, so the night before he had been able to set out a fishing line in a small lake just at sunset. He then collected an armload of dry wood and started a fire with a flint and steel. By the time the fire was hot, he had 3 trout on his set line. He had been so hungry that he'd been tempted to eat them raw, but fish cooked quickly, so he waited. Not wanting to stop any longer than necessary, he'd gotten little sleep on the short journey from the Sliff. He reasoned that the sooner he got his hands on the book that Baracus had left for him, the better off he would be. The book had already been waiting there for him for 3,000 years. He didn't want it to wait another night. He thought about how, if he had been smart enough to find the book sooner, he might have avoided the problems he now faced. He was hoping that it could somehow help him in finding Kahlan, maybe even help him find a way to reverse the tainted chain fire spell. He'd reasoned that the best plan would be to recover the book as soon as possible. Then he could do some reading while he took the time to eat. He would worry then about sleeping and getting back to the keep. The keep was a long way off. He didn't know exactly where he was, except that he was a good distance south of Agaden Reach, in what appeared to be an uninhabited area, either near or in the wilds, so he was concerned about how he was going to find some horses. One problem at a time, he reminded himself. One problem at a time. As difficult as it had been to undertake the climb up the steep, rocky rise in the dark, he couldn't bring himself to stop when he knew that he was close. Besides, if he wanted to see the night wisps, it could only be at night, so he didn't want to wait until morning to make the climb, and then have to wait around all the next day for it to get dark again. Finally reaching the top, Richard scanned the area to get his bearings. Above the edge of the steep slope, the ground leveled off in a sparsely wooded oak grove. The breeze from earlier in the day had died hours ago at sunset, and it was now dead calm. The silence felt like an oppressive weight lying over him. For some reason, the typical night sounds of small animals, insects, and such that were common in the lowlands, stretching out endlessly behind him, were silent up at the top of the long climb. In the moonlight, Richard immediately noticed that there was something wrong with the trees. It looked as if they were all dead. The fat, squat trunks were twisted and gnarled. The bark had started to come away in ragged strips. The bent and distorted branches looked like claws, reaching out to snatch anyone who dared enter the place. Richard had been focused at the trek and the climb, but he suddenly switched to being on guard. His attention riveted as he listened for any sound in the eerie silence. He moved carefully beneath the trees, trying to make as little noise as possible. It was difficult, though, since the ground was littered with dry sticks and leaves. The branches looming overhead cast grotesque shadows in the moonlight, and the air had a chill to it that ran a shiver up his back. With the next step, something underfoot broke with an odd, bony pop. In all the years he'd spent in the woods, Richard had never heard a sound like that. He froze in place, listening, waiting. His mind raced as he went over the memory of the sound, trying to come up with its cause. Try as he might, he couldn't place it. When he heard nothing more and saw nothing move, he carefully backed up, lifting his foot off whatever it was that had broken. After checking in every direction, appraising every shadow, he squatted down to see what it was that he had stepped on. Whatever it was covered in leaves. He cautiously pushed the decaying leaves aside. There, half buried in the forest loam, dark with age, was a broken human skull staring up at him. The weight of his foot had broken in the rounded top of the skull. The eye sockets, which seemed to be watching him, were still intact. Richard scanned the forest floor and saw other humps under the leaves. He also saw something else. More skulls that weren't buried beneath the forest litter. Just from where he crouched, he could see a good half-dozen skulls lying at least partially atop leaves, and even more rounded shapes below them. Beneath the leaves, he found the rest of the bones that belonged to the skull he had stepped on. He stood slowly and began moving again, scrutinizing the ground, the fat, twisted tree trunks, as well as the limbs overhead as he went. He saw no one and heard nothing. Now that he knew what he was looking for, he was able to spot skulls seemingly everywhere. He stopped counting once he'd reached 30. The bones appeared scattered, not bunched together as if people had all died together or in groups. With a few exceptions, they appeared to have been individuals who had died at those particular places. He supposed that the bodies might have been placed there. He had no way of really knowing. The few exceptions were skulls close together, but he reasoned that might have been chance. People who had happened to have fallen near another body. Richard crouched down to inspect a number of the skulls, both those lying exposed and those buried beneath the litter. His initial thought was that it was possibly the site of a battle, but as near as he could tell in the moonlight, these people had not died at the same time. There were some bones that were sound, while others were moldering away. Some appeared so ancient that they fell apart when he touched them. The place was like a graveyard, with all of the bodies above ground, rather than being buried. The other thing that he noticed was that no predators looked to have disturbed the dead. Richard had come across remains in the woods when he had been a guide. Animals always got at the dead, human or otherwise. It looked as if each one of these bodies, though, had rotted away over time, leaving the bones lying in the exact same position in which the person had fallen, on their sides or with arms sprawled or face down. None had been laid out as if in burial, with arms neatly crossed on their chests or at their sides. They looked simply to have fallen dead. It still might not have seemed quite so peculiar, except that not one of the corpses looked to have been touched by any predator. As Richard walked endlessly through the oak grove, he wondered if it would ever end. On a moonless, cloudy night, or even a cloudy day for that matter, it was the kind of place where it would have been easy to get lost. Everything looked the same. The trees were spaced evenly, and there was nothing to indicate if he was going in the right direction, except the moon and stars. For what seemed like half the night, Richard moved ever onward through the forest of the dead. He was sure that he had followed the directions the Sliff had given him. The Sliff, however, had no way to know exactly what he would find. She had only been given directions from Baracus, and that had been 3,000 years before. The landscape could have changed a great deal since the time of Baracus. The bones, though, didn't look to be anywhere near that old. Of course, it could be that lying in the oak grove there were bones thousands of years old, but by now those would have all crumbled to dust. As Richard continued on, the woods began growing murkier, until he found himself entering the black shadows of a dark forest of immense pines, their trunks standing close together, and each nearly as big as his house back in the Heartland woods had been. It was like encountering a wall of mountains that rose up into the sky. The trunks, like pillars, were clear of branches until somewhere up out of sight, but those branches completely closed off the sky and left the forest floor below a dark and confusing maze among the massive trunks. Richard paused, wondering how he would keep to a direction in the pitch blackness that lay ahead while being unable to move in anything resembling a straight line. That was when he heard the whispers. He cocked his head, listening, trying to make out the words. He couldn't, so he carefully stepped deeper into the gloom, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness before taking a few more steps. Before long, he began to be able to make out the shapes of the trees ahead, so he moved forward, ever deeper into the close canyons among the trunks of the monumental pines. "Go back," came a whisper. "Who's there?" he whispered back. "Go back," said a faint little voice.
"Or stay forever with the bones of those who have come before you."
"I've come to speak with the night wisps," Richard said.
"Then you have come for nothing. Go now," the voice repeated with more strength. Richard tried to lay the sounds of the words over his memory of what a wisp sounded like. While it wasn't the same, it did have qualities in common. "Please come forward that I may talk with you." Only silence surrounded him. Richard moved ahead a dozen paces into the darkness. "Last time warned," came the eerie voice. "Go now."
"I have come a long way. I'm not going back without speaking with the wisps. This is important."
"Not to us."
Richard stood with one hand on a hip as he tried to conceive of what to do next. He was far from clear-headed. His weariness was hampering his thinking. "Yes, this is important to you, too."
"How?"
"I have come for what Baracus left for me."
"So did those whose bones you have passed."
"Look, this is important. Your lives ultimately depend upon this as well. In this struggle there will be no uninvolved bystanders. All will be drawn into the storm."
"The stories you have heard about a treasure are empty lies. There is nothing here."
"Treasure? No, you don't understand. That's not what this is about at all. I think you misunderstand me. I've already passed the tests Baracus left for me. That's why I'm here. I'm Richard Rall. I'm married to Kahlan Amnel, the Mother Confessor."
"We don't know this person you speak of. Go back to her while you still can."
"No, that's the point. I can't. I'm trying to find her." Frustrated, Richard ran his fingers back into his hair. He didn't know how much time he might have to say what he needed to say, or how much he should leave out, if he was to convince the wisps of his true reason for being there, to convince them to help him. "You once knew her. Magic was used against Kahlan to make everyone forget her. You knew her, too, but you forgot her like everyone else. Kahlan used to come here. In her role as the Mother Confessor, she fought to protect the land of the night wisps and to keep others out. She told me about the beautiful land of the night wisps. She told me about the open fields in ancient remote forests. She has been among the wisps as they gather at twilight to dance together in the grasses and wildflowers. She told me that she spent many a night lying on her back in the grass as the wisps gathered around her, speaking with her of things common to both of your lives, of dreams and hopes, of loves. Please, the wisps knew her. She was your friend." Richard saw then a tiny light come out from behind a tree.
"Go, or your bones will remain out there with the others who seek treasure, and no one will ever see you again or know what became of you."
"If I need gold, I earn it. I have no interest in treasure." The tiny spark of light started away.
"Not all treasure is gold."
As it glided into the distance, the shafts of spinning light played over the trunks of trees it passed. "I knew Shar," Richard called out. The light paused. It stopped spinning. For a moment, Richard watched as the spark of light hung there in the distance, faintly illuminating the closely gathered monarchs of the forest standing like sentries for what lay beyond.
"You did not come because of the legends that there was treasure to be found here?"
"No."
"What do you know of the name you spoke?"
"I was with Shar after she went through the boundary. Shar crossed that boundary to help stop the threat from Darken Ral. Shar crossed the boundary to help in the effort to find me, so that I, too, could help in that struggle. Before she died, Shar said that if I ever needed the help of the night wisps, then I should say her name and they would help me, for no enemy may know it." Richard pointed back toward the grove of dead oaks, where the forgotten, moldering remains reposed. "I have a feeling that none of the people whose bones lie back there knew her name, or the name of any wisp." The light slowly returned through the trees, finally coming to a stop not far from him. He could feel the softly glowing shafts of light gliding over the contours of his face. They almost felt like the faint touch of a spider's web. Richard took a small step closer. "I spoke with Shar before she died. She said that she could not live away from those of her kind any longer, and she did not have the strength to return to her home place. She gave me my first test from Baracus. She said that she believed in me, believed that I had inside me what it takes to prevail. It was a message from him. She asked me about secrets." The tiny light turned a warm, rosy color as it spun in silence for a moment.
"And you passed her test?"
"No," Richard admitted. "It was too soon for me to understand it all. Later, I finally came to understand. The Sliff said that I have now passed the test that Baracus left for me."
"What is your name?"
"I grew up named Richard Cipher. Since then, I've come to learn that I am Richard Rahl. I have been called by other names as well. The Seeker, the One Born True, the Bringer of Death, Richard with the Temper, the Pebble in the Pond, and Kahlan. Does one of those names mean anything to you?"
"Does the name Ghazi mean anything to you?"
"Ghazi?" Richard thought a moment. "No. Should it?"
"It means fire. Ghazi was given that name by prophecy. If you were the one, you would know that name, too."
"I'm sorry, but I don't. I don't know why, but I can tell you that I don't hold much with prophecy."
"I am very sorry, but misery has come to this land. The wisps are in a time of suffering. We cannot help you. You should go now."
The wisp began leaving again, spinning as it floated off into the towering trees. Richard took a step forward. "Shar said that if I needed the help of the wisps, they would help me. I need your help." The little point of light paused again. Richard got the distinct impression by the way it hovered motionless that it was considering something. After a moment, it slowly began rotating, casting off shimmering beams of light. It came partway back. The wisp then spoke a name that Richard had not heard spoken aloud in many years. His blood turned to ice.
"And does this name mean anything to you?"
the wisp asked. "How do you know my mother's name?" Richard whispered. The wisp slowly drew closer.
"Many, many seasons ago, Ghazi went through a dark boundary to find her, to help her, to tell her of her son, to tell her many things she needed to know, many things her son would need to know. Ghazi never returned."
Richard stared, his eyes wide. "What do the wisps do in the day, when it's light?" The wisp, like nothing more than a glowing silver ember, slowly spun, throwing shafts of light across Richard's face.
"We go where it is dark. We do not like being in the light."
"Does fire hurt you?" The shafts of light dimmed.
"Fire can kill us."
"Dear spirits," Richard whispered. The wisp came closer, the shimmering light brightening again as it seemed to study his face.
"What is it?"
"What was the prophecy about Ghazi?" Richard asked. The slowly spinning light paused.
"The prophecy was about Ghazi's death. It said he would die in fire."
Richard's eyes closed for a moment. "Many seasons ago, when I was but a boy, my mother died in a fire." The wisp remained silent. "I'm sorry," Richard said in a small voice, as Shota's words rang through his head. "I think Ghazi died in my home. Our house caught on fire. After my mother brought my brother and me safely out, she went back in for something. We never knew what. She was probably overcome by the smoke. She never came out. I never saw her again. She died in the blaze. I think she went back for Ghazi. I think my mother and Ghazi died together in that fire, without him ever completing his purpose." The wisp seemed to watch him for a time.
"I am sorry for what happened to your mother. After all this time, tears still come to you."
Richard had run out of words and could only nod. The wisp again started spinning faster.
"The name Richard Cipher is the name we know you as. Come, Richard Cipher, and we will tell you what Ghazi went to tell your mother."
Chapter 41. Richard followed the sparkling point of light into the ancient stand of timber, a place of quiet and peace. He had never seen trees this big. It struck him as odd that creatures so tiny would live among trees so big. It seemed like they walked for hours, though Richard knew that it only felt that way because he was so drained. When they at last emerged from the trees into a vast clearing, Richard could hardly believe his eyes. It was just as Kahlan had described it. The grassy meadows sparkled with hundreds of night wisps gliding among the tall blades of grasses and wildflowers. The swath of stars above, through the gap in the towering pines, seemed lifeless and dead compared with the stars in the grass. It was a beautiful sight, but it brought pain into Richard's heart because it reminded him of Kahlan, of the first day he had met her, when she had introduced him to Shar, of the time she'd told him about the wisps. Kahlan and the wisps were forever linked in his mind. And now, after all this time, he knew that it was a night wisp that his mother had run back into the burning house to save. She had not died alone. All because a man thousands of years before had gone to the Temple of the Winds and done something that would result in Richard being born with both sides of the gift, both sides that the Sliff said he no longer had. As Richard stepped into the grass, some of the night wisps came closer, curious to see the stranger among them. The wisps flashed brighter and dimmer, as if in conversation among themselves. "What are you called?" Richard asked the wisp who had escorted him.
"I am Tam."
Richard watched wisps gliding closer, rising up the length of him before shooting away.
"Our numbers dwindle,"
Tam said.
"Such a thing has never happened before. It is a time of suffering for us. We don't know the cause."
"The cause is in part why I am here," Richard told him. "I'm hoping to find help so that I can stop what is causing this sickness among the wisps. If I don't succeed, you will all vanish from the world." Tam considered in silence for a time. Others who had heard Richard's words drifted away, sinking into the dark places in the grass, as if seeking a quiet place to weep. Some, though, came closer.
"Many here knew Ghazi,"
Tam said.
"They miss him. Can you tell us any of what he said before his life was gone? The way you have spoken of Shar's words?"
"I'm sorry, Tam, but I never saw Ghazi. I never knew that he had come to see my mother. Ghazi and my mother must have died before he had a chance to tell us anything of his reason for being there." Richard wondered if that had been the reason for the fire. Many of the wisps dimmed, as if in disappointment that he could tell them none of Ghazi's last words. Richard remembered his purpose and turned to his guide. "Please, Tam, I have come for an important reason that, as I said, may in the end help the wisps with what they suffer. I have come because Baracus left something here for me. His library is here. He sent his wife with a book for me."
"Magda,"
one of the nearby wisps said. He wasn't sure which one was speaking, but it sounded decidedly more feminine than Tam. "That's right."
"This was long before our time," she said, "but the words of Baracus have been passed down to us. We still hold the secrets he asked us to keep. I am Jas. Come, Tam and I will show you."
Tam and Jas led Richard off through the silky grass toward the towering trees to his left. Among the trees, away from the open meadow, it was again like descending into a dark world. Only the two wisps gave him enough light to see his way. "How far?" Richard asked.
"Not far," said
Jas.
"It is a place within our realm," said Tam, "a place where we can watch over and protect it. Over the millennia, the seed of stories planted in the fertile soil of bits and scraps of facts was watered by wishes and began to take root and grow. Eventually, a bountiful fruit of rumors burst forth to be spread on the wind of whispers that said we hid a fabled hoard of gold. Nothing could convince the believers that it was not true. The truth does not glitter for these people like gold does. Their dream of reaping unearned wealth was so strong for them that they would rather sacrifice everything truly precious to them than accept the truth that it was an empty belief. "What we hide is not a treasure," Jas said, "but a promise made by our ancestors."
"It is a treasure of a sort," Richard told them. "To the right person, anyway." What seemed not far to them seemed quite far to Richard. It was getting ever more exhausting for him to put one leg in front of the other. His stomach growled with hunger as they moved through the silent wood. It had to be somewhere deep in the middle of the night when the trees opened up and Richard could see at last, illuminated by the silvered moonlight, a valley spread out far below. Lush forests carpeted the bowl of the valley, with the mat of trees ascending the slopes of mountain close in on each side. The place where he stood overlooking the length of the valley was not only a commanding spot, but a place with hauntingly beautiful views of the things that Richard had always loved. He ached to be able to explore such a place, to be down in those woods, but to be there with Kahlan. Without her, beauty was only a word. Without Kahlan smiling at him, the world was empty and dead.
"This is the place of the library that Master Baracus left with us for safekeeping," Tam said.
Richard looked around. He saw only ferns, some vines trailing down from the darkness above, and the massive trunks of the pines standing with him at the rim of the overlook. "Where?" he asked. "I don't see a building anywhere."
"Here,"
Jas said as she drifted down to a small boulder, coming to rest atop it.
"Under here is the library."
Richard scratched his scalp. It seemed an odd place for a library, but then he recalled finding the entrance to the library in Casca under a gravestone. In light of that, this made more sense. A building might have long ago been discovered and raided. He bent and put his shoulder against the rock in a curved niche that wasn't sharp. He was sure that he wasn't strong enough to move such a huge slab of stone, but he put all his weight against the stone socket anyway. With great effort, it slowly began to pivot to the side. The wisps came close, looking with Richard at what lay below. The stone had rested on a small, carefully smoothed lip. There was no hole, no stairway down into the ground within that lip. Richard knelt and dug at what was under the rock inside the stone lip. It was soft and dry. "This is just sand."
"Yes," Jas said. "When Magda came, she followed her husband's instructions, using magic, and filled what was below."
Richard was incredulous. "With sand?"
"Yes,"
Jas said. "How much sand?" Richard asked. He wasn't looking forward to digging out a sand-filled hole, no matter how small it turned out to be.
"You see that small river down in the valley?" Jas asked.
Richard squinted in the dim moonlight. He saw the sparkling reflections off the water wandering among sandbars. "Yes, I see it."
"The words passed down to us," Jas said, "say that Magda brought with her a powerful spell from Baracus. She used it to create a whirlwind that drew the sand up from the riverbanks and funneled it into this hole here, filling up the place below to protect it."
"Protect it?" Richard asked. "From what?"
"From any who might make it this far. This sand is meant to foil anyone who might come for what is down there."
"Well, I suppose that if there was enough sand, that would certainly slow them down." Richard looked over suspiciously at the two wisps spinning slowly in the moonlight. "How much sand is down there, anyway?" Tam floated out past the edge of the drop-off.
"You see that ledge down there?"
Richard carefully leaned over the edge of the cliff and looked. It had to be several 100 feet down to the narrow stone shelf. "I see it."
"That is how far down the rooms of the libraries are to be found."
"The rooms of the library are buried under all this sand down there at the bottom?"
"Yes,"
Tam said. Richard was dumbfounded. There had to be a palace worth of sand. "How am I to dig such a thing out? It would take forever to accomplish such a thing." Tam returned, coming close to his face.
"Maybe, but Baracus said that if you were the one, you would know what to do."
"If I'm the one?" Richard felt the weight of discouragement, like a mountain of sand on top of him. "Why do I always have to be the one?" Tam spun for a moment.
"That is not for us to say."
Richard groaned with the disappointment of being so close but so far. "If I'm the one, then why couldn't he just leave a message for me so that I would know what to do?" Tam and Jas were silent for a moment, as if thinking.
"Well, there was one other thing passed down,"
Jas finally said. "What would that be?"
"Baracus said that the wisps would have to guard this for ages and ages, but when the sands of time had finally run out, the one who was meant to have the book would be here and take it with him."
Jas spun closer.
"Does that help, Richard Cipher?"
Richard wiped a hand across his face. Why couldn't Baracus simply tell him how to recover secrets of a war wizard's power? Maybe Baracus thought that the man who was meant to have the book must already have mastered his power to the point where this would present no obstacle. Maybe he thought that Richard should know how to spin a magical whirlwind and suck out the sand. If that was so, then Richard was not the one. Not only did he not know how to use his power, but, since being in the Sliff, he no longer had his gift. Page 427. As far as Richard was concerned, the sands of time had already run out for him. The Sisters of the Dark had put the boxes of Orden in play. The chimes had contaminated the world of life, beginning the destruction of magic, which was probably the great misery the wisps were suffering. And the army of the Imperial Order was rampaging unchecked through the New World. But worst of all for him, personally, Kahlan had been abducted, was under the influence of the chainfire spell, and desperately needed his help. And here he stood, waiting for the sands of time to run out. Richard took his hand away from his face as he frowned. He leaned out over the edge of the cliff, looking down at the ledge far below. The sands of time. He looked to the left side and studied the rock. He didn't see anything he could use there, but on the right he thought he saw a way to use the rocks to climb down. He swung his pack off his back and set it on the ground while he dug out his camp shovel and hastily assembled it. When the sands of time had finally run out, the one who was meant to have the book would be here and take it with him, he quoted. Isn't that what you said?
Yes,
Jas said.
That is what we were told.
Richard gazed out over the cliff again. I have to go down there, to that ledge, he told the wisps.
We will come and light the way,
Tam said. Richard wasted no time climbing down the side of the rock precipice. It turned out to be just as difficult as he had judged it would be, but it didn't take long, and he was soon standing on the narrow shelf far below the top where he had pivoted the boulder out of the way. He searched around, picking at the face of the rock wall until he found what he was looking for. He immediately started digging, chipping, and prying out rocks that had been so tightly jammed in that it was hard to tell for sure in the poor light of the moon and two wisps if it really was what he thought it was. When rock began coming out, his confidence level rose. The more rock fragments he pulled out, the easier it was to get out more. He had to work carefully to free some of the larger stones. One wrong step, and he could slip and fall off the narrow ledge. Some of the boulders back in the growing hole were larger than he could have lifted, so he had to roll and walk them out of the ever-expanding opening. Fortunately, he was able to loosen the rock beneath most of them and then roll them out. He stood to the side of the narrow ledge and let the rocks and boulders tumble out past him. He watched them sail out into the night air, falling soundlessly, until they finally crashed down into the forest far below. Suddenly, when the shovel broke through to something soft, the rest of the rock plug began to let go with a grating sound and abruptly burst out in a cascade of fragments. Richard had to duck out of the way. With a rumbling roar, the sand followed in a column, pouring far out into space before beginning to arc downward. Richard stood with his back pressed against the rock wall, his heart pounding from the surprise of the sudden explosive clearing of the opening into the hollow interior of the cliff. The two wisps spun as they watched the amazing sight. One of them, Richard wasn't sure which one, followed the column of sand out and down for a ways before returning. It seemed to go on forever, but the last of the sand finally dwindled away as it poured out of the hole, leaving only small amounts to drizzle out in fits. Richard wasted no time climbing into the hole. "Come on," he called back to the wisps. "I need light." The two wisps obliged, passing over the tops of his shoulders to enter first. Once past him, they lit the chamber beyond. Richard stood up inside, brushing himself off as he gazed around at shelves filled with books. It was astounding to think that he was the first person who had stood in this place since Magda Cirrus, the woman who would become the first confessor. That reminded him of Kahlan and his need to find her, so he immediately started looking around. It appeared a rather simple library, with a doorway at the far side that he could see led deeper into the interior of the cliff. He saw shadows of doorways and circular stairs. Despite the sand pouring out of the hole, there was still a lot of sand covering everything. It would take some time to clean the place and really tell what was there. To the right, though, on a stone pedestal against a blank stone wall, sat a book all by itself. Richard lifted it off the stand and blew the sand and dust off of it. On the cover it said, "Secrets of a War Wizard's Power." His fingers gently glided over the gilt letters on the cover as he again read the words meant for him. It was an awe-inspiring feeling to realize that a war wizard, first wizard Baracus himself, had made this very book for the person who would be born with the power that he saw to it would be released from the Temple of the Winds. Richard had at last found the treasure that Baracus had left for him. A night wisp hovered over each shoulder, watching him as he reverently stared at the book that would finally answer his questions, that would finally help him master his gift. Finally, his heart pounding, Richard opened the cover to see what Baracus wanted him to know. The first page was blank. Richard turned over more pages, but they were all blank. He thumbed through the entire book, and other than the words on the cover, he found that the entire book was completely blank. Richard squeezed his temples between the fingers and thumb of one hand. He thought he might be sick. Can either of you see anything on the pages?
No,
Jas said.
sorry. I see no marks of writing at all,
Tam added. Richard realized then what the problem was. His heart sank. Secrets of a War Wizard's Power was an instruction book on the use of a specific form of the gift. The book involved magic. For some reason, Richard had been cut off from his gift. Without that gift to assist him, whatever was written on the pages would not stay in his mind. He would forget the words before he could remember reading them. Just as he no longer remembered a single word of the Book of Counted Shadows, he could not remember the words of Secrets of a War Wizard's Power long enough to remember having seen any words. Without the gift, it would appear blank to him. Until he could figure out what was wrong with his gift, he wouldn't be able to read this book. "I'll have to take this with me," Richard told the wisps.
Just as Baracus said you would, Richard Cipher,
Tam said. Richard wondered if Baracus somehow knew this as well. Whether he did or not, Richard didn't have time to ponder it. He climbed back out of the hole and up the rock face of the cliff. He noticed that the rock jutted out over the opening into the library, probably so that water wouldn't eat away at the plug over time or work its way inside. The sand had to be dry, not only so that the books inside wouldn't be ruined, but so that it would pour out. Richard decided that for the time being, the library was relatively safe from rain. At the top of the cliff, he stored the valuable blank book away in his pack. He saw that inside the stone rim, where there had been sand before, there was now a spiral stairway down into the darkness below. To make sure that no one discovered the library, he struggled mightily against the boulder until he managed to pivot it into place. Panting from exertion, he swung his pack up onto his back. His mind was racing with 1,000 different thoughts. On the way back through the dark wood, Richard spoke little to the wisps, other than to thank them for their help. Once they had reached the meadow again, he gazed out over the sight of all the night wisps gliding through the grass and wildflowers, some spinning in an intricate dance as they moved together in pairs. He wondered how many more night wisps there had been when Kahlan had been here. Richard missed Kahlan so much that it brought a lump to his throat. She was his world. The whole world, in so many ways, seemed to be slipping away. "I have to go," he told Tam and Jas. "I hope to use what I found here to help stop the suffering of the wisps and others."
You will come back?
Jas asked. Thinking briefly about the hidden library, Richard nodded. "Yes, and I hope to bring Kahlan with me, and that by then you will remember her. I know she will be overjoyed to see you all again."
When we remember her,
Jas said.
then we will be filled with joy, too.
Unwilling to test his voice again, Richard nodded and then started out. Tam escorted him through the ancient forest, helping him find the way. At the edge of the ancient trees, the wisp came to a halt.
Baracus was wise to choose you, Richard Cipher. I believe that you have it in you to succeed. I wish you well.
Richard smiled sadly. He wished he was as sure. He no longer had access to the gift within him, if it was still even there, and he had no idea how he would succeed. Maybe Zed could help. "Thank you, Tam. You and the wisps have been good protectors of those things Baracus left with you. I will do my best to protect you and the other innocents who are in so much danger."
If you fail, Richard Cipher, I know that it will not be from lack of effort on your part. If you ever need our help again, as Shar told you, say one of our names, and we will try to help you.
Richard nodded and started away, turning once to wave. The wisp spun a rose color for a moment, and then vanished back into the trees. He suddenly felt awfully forlorn by the light of the moon alone. The dead oaks seemed to go on forever. He plodded along in a numb daze. He needed to get some food and rest, but he wanted to get out of the strange wood and back down into the forest first. He saw bones among the roots of the oaks, as if the trees were trying to gather in the dead to hug them to their bosoms. Somewhere in the dead wood, after walking endlessly, absorbed in his troubled thoughts, Richard felt a sudden chill to the air that made him shudder and gasp the sharp cold into his lungs. It felt as if he had walked into the fangs of winter. When he looked up, he spotted what at first looked like an upright shadow among the skulls. When he saw at last what it really was, another shudder shivered up his spine. It was a tall woman with black, wiry hair. She wore inky black robes. Her skin was as pale as the moon, making her gaunt face seem to float in the darkness. Her desiccated flesh was stretched tight over her bony features, the way he imagined the dead would have looked for a time as they lay lifeless in this forsaken forest, waiting for the worms to do their work. Her thin, menacing smile marked her unmistakably as the sort to leave the bones of used-up people to rot in just such a place, among the moldering dead. Richard felt so cold he couldn't move. He realized that he was shivering, but he couldn't seem to make himself stop. He couldn't feel his fingers or toes. He wanted to move, to run, but he couldn't force his legs to move. He had no gift to summon. He had no sword to draw. He felt helpless in the beguiling gaze of her blanched blue eyes. Richard wondered if his lifeless remains would end up discarded in this desolate place to rot, forgotten, along with all the other anonymous bones of those who had come with lofty dreams. The woman's arms swept up like a raven's wings lifting, and the night swallowed him. Chapter 42. Kahlan ever so gradually became aware of the bewildering drone of voices, both near and far. She was so dazed, though, that she wasn't sure if it was real or if she was only imagining it. She knew that some of the thoughts streaming endlessly through her mind had to be her imagination, despite how real they seemed. She knew that she wasn't one moment in a flowered field among the stars, the next moment in the middle of a pitched battle with desiccated corpses atop horseback, and the next instant flying through the clouds atop a red dragon's back. It all seemed real, but she knew that it couldn't be. After all, there weren't any such things as dragons. That was only myth. But if it really was voices that she was hearing, she couldn't understand the words. They came to her more as disembodied raw sounds, each tonal pulse resonating painfully with something deep inside her. What she was sure of was that her head throbbed in a slow rhythm, and each time the agonizing beat squeezed, it felt as if her skull would split open from the pressure. As each intermittent cycle subsided, nausea oozed up inside her, only to be forced back into relative insignificance once again by the next overwhelmingly torturous compression. Try as she might to open her eyes, Kahlan couldn't lift her heavy lids. It would have taken more strength than she could call forth right then. Besides, she feared that there might be light, and she was sure that light would hurt like long needles stabbing into her defenseless eyes. It felt as if some unknown thick pressure were suspending her, keeping her immobile, while a hidden force tortured her under the throbbing pressure. Trying desperately to escape the grip of it, she attempted to bend her arms, but they were too stiff. She tried to move her legs, or even to lift a knee, but her legs were tightly encased in the cocooning, dense darkness. A sound, possibly a harsh word, startled her, bringing her closer to the brink of wakening awareness, lifting her up through the numb confusion toward the world of life. This time she was sure that the sounds were voices. She began to be able to make out the occasional word. She mentally seized those words like a lifeline and used them to help pull herself up out of the dark dregs of unconsciousness. She breathed evenly, concentrating on the words, forcing the throbbing to the background, as she listened carefully for each word, trying to string them together into meaningful concepts. She recognized women's voices and a man's voice, a surly man. The pain of being awake, though, was even more debilitating than the dreamlike suffering she had felt while unconscious. Reality had a way of adding an agonizing dimension to the pain, an inescapable misery, a relentless torment throbbing through her body. In an effort to get her mind off the pain she was in, Kahlan opened her eyes just enough to peek out and take a careful look around. She was inside some kind of structure. It looked something like a tent made of a pale tan canvas, but if it really was a tent, it was much larger than any tent she remembered ever seeing before. Rich carpets hung to one side, looking to serve the purpose of double doors. She was lying on thick furs that were atop something slightly elevated rather than being spread out on the floor. In the hot, muggy air, the furs were making her sweat. At least she wasn't covered with blankets. She thought that maybe she had been placed there to keep her out from underfoot. There was a chair with a carved back opposite where she lay, but no one sat in it. Several lamps were set around the room on chests, while others hung from chains. They did little to chase away the gloomy atmosphere inside the tent, but at least the smell of the burning oil helped cover the heavy stench of sweat, animals, and manure. Kahlan was relieved that the light didn't hurt her eyes as she'd feared it would. One of the sisters paced in the dim light, like a phantom who couldn't find her grave. Jumbled, muffled voices from outside drifted through the heavy canvas and carpeted walls of the tent. It sounded like a whole city surrounded the muted sanctuary. Kahlan could hear the murmured drone of men in the thousands, along with the clop of hooves, the rattle of wagons, the braying of mules, and the metallic jangle of weapons and armor. Men in the distance shouted orders, or laughed, or cursed, while those closer told stories she couldn't quite make out. Kahlan knew what this army was like. She had seen glimpses of it from afar, been through places where they had been, and had seen those that they'd tortured, raped, and murdered. She didn't want to ever have to go out there, among such savages as she knew these men were. When she noticed Jagang glance her way, she pretended to still be unconscious, breathing evenly, lying perfectly still, and keeping her eyes almost closed. Apparently thinking she wasn't yet awake, he let his gaze drift back to the pacing Sister Ulyssia. "It can't be that simple," Sister Armina insisted from where she stood beside a table. She lifted her nose in a haughty manner. Kahlan could just make out the edge of a book on that table. Sister Armina's extended fingers rested on the book's leather cover. "Armina," Jagang asked in a calm, almost pleasant voice, "can you even begin to imagine how entertaining it is for me to be in the mind of a troublesome sister that I send out to the tents to be passed around among my men?" The woman paled as she backed up a step until her back met the tent wall.
"No, Excellency."
To be there, witnessing their dread, to be in their mind, seeing how completely helpless they are, as powerful hands rip their clothes off and grope their bodies, as they are pushed to the bare ground, their legs forced open, and they are mounted by men who consider them of no value except as a bit of lustful entertainment. Men who have absolutely no sympathy for them at all, who don't care in the least what suffering they inflict in their heedless pursuit of what they want. Can you imagine how satisfying it is for me to be there in the minds of such vexatious sisters? To be an eyewitness, so to speak, of their well-deserved punishment?"
Her eyes wide in panic, Sister Armina spoke in a barely audible voice.
"No, Excellency."
Then I suggest that you stop protesting based not on what you think, but on what you think I want to hear. I'm not interested in your bootlicking. In my bed you may flatter me if you think it will gain you favor, which it won't. But in this I'm only interested in the truth. Your obsequious arguments will not make us successful. Only the truth will. If you have something worthwhile to say, then say it. But stop interrupting Ulysses to criticize her opinion with what you think I want to hear, or you will again be sent out to the tents sooner rather than later. Do you understand?
Sister Armina's gaze dropped away.
Yes, Excellency.
Sister Ulysses took a settling breath as Jagang turned his attention on her. Her pacing came to a halt. She lifted an arm toward the book on the table. The problem is, Excellency, there is no way for us to confirm if the copy inside is true or not. I know that's what you want us to do, and believe me, we've tried. But the truth is, we can't find anything that could settle the matter.
Why not?
Well, if it says, position the boxes facing north, how are we supposed to be able to detect if that is a true or false instruction just from reading it? For all we know, facing them north could be an accurate copy of the original manuscript, in which case not doing as it says would prove fatal. Or it could be a corruption of the true direction, and doing as it says would be fatal. How are we to know? You may wish us to be able to come to a conclusion as to the book's validity just from reading it, but we have no way of doing that. I know you don't want me to lie to satisfy your request. I'm serving you best by being truthful. Jagang eyed her suspiciously.
Be careful, Ulysses, not to cross the line into fawning. I'm not in the mood.
Sister Ulysses bowed her head. Of course, Excellency. Jagang folded his husky arms across his massive chest and turned to the matter at hand.
So, you think that for this reason the ones who made the copies left us this other way to tell the false from true?
Yes, Excellency, Sister Ulysses said, despite looking anxious to be taking a stand that she knew would not please him. Since the Emperor could read her thoughts, he would know the truth of what she honestly believed. Kahlan imagined that Sister Ulysses reasoned that her best chance of not incurring his wrath was to be true to her belief. Sister Ulysses was nothing if not smart.
You believe that this is the real explanation, then? That it isn't a mistake, but that it was calculated and deliberate?
Yes, Excellency. There has to be some way to tell. Otherwise, the successful use of the book would only be the result of chance. The boxes of Orden were made as a counter. She paused as she glanced briefly Kahlan's way. Kahlan kept her eyes almost closed into the narrowest of slits so that the woman wouldn't know she was awake. Sister Ulysses turned her attention back to Jagang. They would have reasoned that if it ever became necessary to use that counter, it could only be because the situation was desperate. So they would need very badly to know that the book was true, or else they risked losing everything they believed in. They would, after all, be using the book to save everything they believed in. If the ones using the counter of the boxes were wrong about the copy they were referring to, then they stood to lose more than just their lives. They risked losing the world of life itself.
Unless those who made the copies wanted the false copies to foil a greedy thief, Jagang said.
But, Excellency, Sister Ulysses said, to stop any treacherous plans, those in charge of the boxes would need to have a way to know the true copies from the false. If they didn't leave such a method to those who would come after them, then they would have abandoned their descendants to survival by chance. Their whole reason for making the copies in the first place was because they were worried about the risks that might develop in the future with having only the original text. After all, the only book in existence would be subjected to any number of threats, from fire to water to worms, and that isn't even including the array of deliberate threats. They were trying to make sure that there would be an accurate copy, if it ever came to be necessary to use the boxes, and the original book was unavailable for reasons they might not even be able to imagine. Risking that future on chance would be counter to their purpose for making the copies in the first place. Do you see what I mean? Since they made only one true copy, and the rest false, they were attempting to discourage the wrongful use of the boxes, putting another obstacle in the path of them being used, but at the same time, if the boxes were ever truly needed, they most certainly would not have wanted that call to have been answered by chance. They would have left those coming after them a way to confirm the truth. Since the text inside the book is not contradictory in and of itself, it seems to me that those who made the copies would unquestionably have devised another means to determine the true from the false. Jagang turned to the other sister.
Ah, Armina has had a thought. Do speak up, darling.
Sister Armina cleared her throat. We are being asked to believe that a singular, rather than a plural word, served as their only indication of validity? Sister Armina shook her head. While I grant the general point, I believe that this is just too simple an answer, if not far too opaque a message. This means of telling true from false in and of itself becomes chance, too, unless they gave us a way to confirm it. And they have now, haven't they? Sister Ulysses arched an eyebrow as she leaned a little toward the woman. It's right there, right in the beginning, where it tells us precisely how to detect if the book is true or not. It says that she must verify it. She has. Armina folded her arms. Like I said, I think that's just too simple to be the answer. If it's so simple, Armina, then why didn't you see it? Sister Ulysses asked. Kahlan closed her eyes a little more when Sister Ulysses pointed at her. She found the flaw. Why did none of us see it? Only she saw it. Without her, we probably would not have noticed it, or, if we had, we probably would have thought that it couldn't be important, and we would have ignored it. She has done what the book said she must. She found it. She said that it means the copy is a false copy. That is precisely the purpose for which the book itself said she must be used. Some of us may not consider that flaw complex enough to be the determining element, but that's irrelevant. The fact remains that she must verify the veracity of this book, and because of a flaw that only she noticed, she claims it is a false copy. That's what matters. We have to take that pronouncement as valid. Considering the words of each woman, Jagang rubbed a meaty hand back over his bull neck as he paced before the table. He stared down at the book for a time, then spoke.
There is one way, to be sure.
He glared at each sister in turn.
We find the other copies and compare them. If they all, or only a few, have this exact same flaw in the title, then it would point it to being meaningless. On the other hand, if all but one has this same flaw, then the one that doesn't would likely be the true copy. We can then compare all the versions of the text, and if the one without the flawed title is different from all the others, we will have confirmed that it's the one true copy.
Excellency, Sister Armina said with a deferential bow of her head, that is an excellent idea. If we can locate the others, and this is the only one with this flaw, then it would prove my point that it is nothing but a simple, isolated mistake by an ignorant bookbinder. Jagang stared at her for a moment, before finally breaking eye contact and going to a chest to the side. He opened and pulled out a book. He tossed it on the table so that it slid across the top toward the two sisters. Sister Armina picked it up and read the cover. Even in the dim light of the oil lamps, Kahlan could see the woman's face going a deep shade of red. "The Book of Counted Shadow," she said in an incredulous whisper. "Shadow?" Sister Ulysses asked, peering down over Sister Armina's shoulder. "Not shadows?"
"No," Jagang said. "It is the Book of Counted Shadow, the same as the one from Casca."
But, Sister Armina stammered, I don't understand. Where is this copy from?
A condescending smile joined his glare.
The Palace of the Prophets.
Sister Armina's jaw dropped in speechless shock. Sister Ulyssia frowned. What? That can't be. Are you sure?
Am I sure? He grunted in derision. Oh, yes, I'm sure. You see, I've had this book for quite some time. That is part of the reason why I allowed you fools to continue in your quest. I needed the same woman you were after in order to find out if this is a true copy or not. All the time I had this book, I never noticed the word shadow in the title as being anything other than what it should be. I just assumed it said what it was supposed to say. But our unconscious friend over there noticed it immediately.
But how could you have gotten this from the Palace of the Prophets? Sister Ulyssia asked. From what we've learned, these copies were buried with bones, like in Casca, in hidden catacombs. No catacombs were ever discovered at the palace before it was destroyed. Jagang smiled to himself, as if he were explaining things to children.
You think you are so clever, Ulyssia, finding out about the boxes, about the book needed to open them, about the catacombs, and about the one person needed to verify the text of the book. But I have known for decades what you have only recently discovered. I have been visiting mines for a very, very long time to aid our cause. You would be surprised at all the things I learned long ago. While you sisters were engaged in palace politics, in battles for power on your own little island, in courting either the Creator or the Keeper, seeking favors in return for loyalty to one or the other, I have been working to unite the old world in the cause of the Fellowship of Order, which is the true cause of the Creator, and therefore the only righteous cause of mankind. While you were teaching young men to be wizards, I was showing those same young men the true light. Without the sisters even being aware of it, many of those young wizards had already devoted themselves to the future salvation of mankind by becoming disciples of the Order. They spent decades walking the halls of the Palace of the Prophets right under the noses of the sisters, while working as brothers of the Fellowship of Order. And I was there in their minds as they read all those restricted books down in the vaults of the palace. As a dream walker, I gave them direction and purpose in their studies. I knew what was needed. I had them search for me. As brothers of the Order, they long ago found the secret entrance down into the catacombs. It was hidden under an unused and long-forgotten storage area in the older section of the stables. They spirited this book, as well as other valuable volumes, out of the catacombs, and then when I finally arrived at the palace after triumphantly unifying the old world, they delivered them to me. I have had this particular copy for decades. The only thing I didn't have was a way through the Great Barrier so that I could get at both the boxes and the means of verification. But then, through their meddling, the sisters obliged me by doing things that resulted in the destruction of that barrier. Now that the Palace of the Prophets has been destroyed, I'm afraid that the catacombs and the books they held have been lost for all time. But those young men searched through most of those hidden volumes, and through their eyes I've read most of them. The palace and the catacombs are now gone, but not all the knowledge contained there has been lost. Those young men grew up to become brothers, many still alive and serving in our struggle. When I witnessed you hatch your plan to capture the Mother Confessor, I realized I could use that plan to finally get my hands on her and use her for my purposes, so I allowed you to think you were accomplishing exactly what you wanted, while you were, in fact, accomplishing what I wanted. I now have the book, and the Mother Confessor that the book says must be used to confirm their validity.
Both sisters could only stare. Kahlan's mind spun in confusion. Mother Confessor. She was the Mother Confessor. What in the world was a Mother Confessor? Jagang flashed the sisters a cunning smile.
You have been the perfect fools, don't you think?
Yes, Excellency, they both conceded as one in small voices.
So you see, he went on, we now have 2 copies of the Book of Counted Shadows, and both have the same mistake, the word shadow instead of shadows on the cover.
But this is still only 2, Sister Armina said. What if all the other copies have the same flaw? I don't think that's going to happen, Sister Ulysses said.
Well, if they did, it would certainly prove something now, wouldn't it?
Jagang arched a questioning eyebrow over one dark eye.
I now have 2, and they have the exact same error. We will need to have the rest to confirm the theory that one will have the title written correctly as Shadows. So, as it turns out, we will need to keep the Mother Confessor alive until we can see if she has really found the flaw that will verify the true copy.
And if all the copies have the same flaw, Excellency? Sister Armina asked.
Then we will have learned that the error in the title isn't the method for verifying the Book of Counted Shadows. It may turn out that we need to give her access to the copy itself, so that she can have a broader basis for making the verification, for making it on things that for now she isn't able to see.
Sister Armina lifted a hand. But, Excellency, I don't know that such a thing is even possible. Jagang didn't answer Armina's concern, but instead took the book from her and set it beside the one on the table.
The Mother Confessor is still vital to us. She is the only way to verify the one true copy. We can't yet be certain that she has done that. So far, she made a judgment on the only information available to her. For now, we need her alive.
Yes, Excellency, Sister Armina said. I think she might be waking, Sister Ulysses said. Kahlan realized that she had been listening so intently that she had failed to completely close her eyes when Sister Ulysses looked her way. The sister came closer, peering down at her. Kahlan didn't want them to know she had heard them call her by the title Mother Confessor. She stretched a little, as if trying to escape the bounds of unconsciousness while she tried to imagine what such a title could possibly mean. "Where are we?" she mumbled, feigning a groggy voice. "I am confident that it will soon enough become all too clear to you." Sister Ulysses forcefully jabbed Kahlan's shoulder. "Now wake up." "What is it? Do you wish something, sister?" Kahlan rubbed her eyes with the backs of her knuckles, trying to look uncoordinated and dazed. "Where are we?" Sister Ulysses hooked a finger through the collar around Kahlan's neck and jerked her upright. Before Sister Ulysses could say anything more, Jagang's meaty hand grabbed her arm and drew her back out of his way. He was intent on Kahlan. His fist seized her shirt at her throat. He lifted her clear of the ground. "You killed 2 trusted guards," he said through gritted teeth. "You killed Sister Cecilia." His face was going red with rapidly building rage. His brow drew down over his dark eyes. It seemed that lightning might flicker in the cloudy shapes drifting through those black eyes. "What made you think that you could get away with killing them?" "I didn't think I could get away with it," Kahlan said as calmly as she could manage. As she had suspected, her calm only served to provoke his fury. He roared in unleashed anger and shook her so violently that it felt like it might have torn muscles in her neck. It was obvious that he was a man who at the slightest provocation flew into fits of uncontrollable rage. He was on the brink of murder. Kahlan didn't want to die, but she knew that a swift death might be preferable to what he had promised her for later. She couldn't really do anything to stop it anyway. "If you didn't think you could get away with it, then why would you dare to do such a thing?" "What difference does it make?" Kahlan asked with calm indifference, as his fists on her shirt held her up so that her boots were clear of the ground. "What are you talking about?" "Well, you've already told me that your treatment of me will be terrible beyond anything I have ever experienced.
I believe you. That's the only way people like you can ever win, by threats and brutality. Because you are such a pompous fool, you made the mistake of telling me that I could not begin to imagine all the terrible things you intend to do to me. That was your big mistake.
Mistake? What are you talking about?
He drew her up against his muscled body.
What mistake?
You've made a tactical error, Emperor,
Kahlan said, managing to stress his title in a way that made it sound like a mocking insult. She wanted him angry, and she could see that it was working. Despite hanging from his white-knuckled fists, Kahlan tried to sound composed, even aloof. You see, you have made it clear to me that no matter what I do, I have nothing to lose. You've made it clear that you can't be reasoned with. You said that you are going to do your worst to me. That empowers me because I am no longer bound by any hope for mercy from you. In revealing that I have no hope whatsoever for any mercy, you have given me an advantage I didn't previously have. You see, by making that mistake, you showed me that I had nothing to lose by killing your guards, and since I'm to be subjected to your worst anyway, I might as well have my revenge on Sister Cecilia. By making such a tactical mistake, you have shown me that you are not so smart after all, that you are just a brute and can be bested. He relaxed his grip just enough for Kahlan to touch the toes of her boots to the ground so that she could gain some leverage.
You really are something,
he said, as a slow, cunning smile overcame his rage.
I'm going to enjoy what I have planned for you.
I've already told you your mistake, and you repeat it? Apparently you don't learn very well either, do you?
Before, when he'd pulled her up against him in a rage and had brought her face close to his, when his hands had been firmly occupied holding her in a threatening manner, Kahlan had used the distraction to gingerly slip his knife from the sheath on his belt. With 2 fingers, she'd worked it up into her hand. He had been so angry he hadn't noticed. Rather than get worked up into another fit of rage at her latest insult, he began to laugh. Kahlan already had his knife gripped tightly in her fist. Without ceremony or warning, she thrust it at him as hard as she could. Her intention had been to drive the blade up under his ribs, to cut open vital organs, maybe even his heart, if she could get it in that far. The way he was holding her, though, hampered her movement just enough so that she missed her mark by a fraction of an inch and instead struck his lowest rib. The point stuck in bone. Before she had time to yank it back and stab him again, he seized her wrist and wrenched her arm over, spinning her around. Her back slammed against his chest. He had the knife out of her grip before she had a chance to do anything about it. His arm across her throat cut off her air as he held her against his massive muscles. His chest heaved in anger against her back. Rather than admitting defeat, and before she blacked out from lack of air, she used all her muscle to drive the heel of her boot into his shin. By his cry, she knew it hurt. She struck sharply with her elbow directly into the fresh wound. He flinched. As her elbow rebounded from the blow, she cocked it forward to gain momentum and then smashed back into his jaw. He was so big, though, so strong, that it didn't have a disabling effect. It had been rather like punching a bull, and like a bull, he was only enraged further. Looking no worse for her attack, Jagang seized a fistful of her shirt before she could slip out of his reach. He punched her in the middle hard enough to double her over and drive her breath from her lungs. She gasped, trying to draw a breath against the stunning pain. Kahlan realized that she was on her knees only when he lifted her by her hair and placed her back on her feet. Her knees wobbled unsteadily. Jagang was grinning. His flash of anger had been washed away by an unexpected, dangerous, but one-sided brawl and an opportunity to inflict pain. He was beginning to enjoy the game.
Why don't you just kill me?
Kahlan managed to get out as he stood watching her.
Kill you? Why would I want to kill you? Then you would just be dead. I want you alive, so that I can make you suffer.
The two sisters made no move to rein in their master. Kahlan knew that they would not have objected to anything he did to her. As long as his attention was on Kahlan, it wasn't on them. Before he could strike her again, light abruptly flooded the tent, drawing his attention.
"Excellency," a deep voice said. It had come from the side. One of the big brutes held the carpet aside as he waited. The man looked similar to the two guards she had killed before. Kahlan supposed that Jagang had an endless supply of such men.
What is it?
"We're ready to strike your camp, Excellency. I am sorry for interrupting, but you asked to be told as soon as we were ready. You said that you wanted us to make haste." Jagang released Kahlan's hair.
All right. Get started, then.
He swung around unexpectedly, backhanding her across the face hard enough to send her tumbling across the floor. While she lay on the floor, recovering her senses, he pressed a hand to the wound over his rib. He pulled the hand away to see how much he was bleeding. He wiped his hand on his trousers, apparently deciding that it was a relatively minor wound and nothing to be concerned about. From what Kahlan could see of him, he bore a number of scars, most testifying to injuries far worse than the ones she had given him.
See to it that she doesn't get any more ideas, he told the sisters as he headed for the carpet that the guard was holding aside for him.
Kahlan felt fire race down from the collar, through her nerves all the way to her toes. The burning pain pulled an involuntary gasp. She wanted to scream in rage at having that hot pain yet again ripping through her. She hated the way the sisters used the collar to control her. She hated the helpless agony they could put her in. Sister Ulysses stepped closer and stood over her. "That was a pretty stupid thing to do, now wasn't it?" Kahlan couldn't answer through the stunning pain. What she would have told the sister was that it wasn't stupid at all, that it had been worth it. As long as she had breath in her lungs, she would fight them. With her last breath, if need be, she would fight. Chapter 43. At the opening out of Emperor Jagang's tent, Kahlan recoiled at seeing the army of the Imperial Order up close for the first time. Distance had taken off a bit of the rougher edges. Even though she had a pretty good sense of them, it was still an unnerving sight. The dense mass of men spread unbroken to the horizon. With everyone in motion and moving about, bending, standing, turning, lifting gear, joining into ranks, saddling horses, loading wagons, with different groups on horseback moving like waves through the mass of men, it looked like an endless, churning, treacherous black sea. There was not a single man in sight, and she could see thousands upon endless thousands who looked kindly or harmless. Every single man looked grim and grisly, as if there was nothing he looked forward to in life as much as the prospect of doing violence. These men looked driven by the singular prospect of an unrestrained rampage. Kahlan feared to think of those who might find themselves in these men's path. As she took it all in, she began to notice that there were differences among the men. The closest group to the Emperor were more disciplined, orderly, and measured in everything they did. They were more attentive to their weapons. All the men in closest around the Emperor's tents looked much the same as the two Kahlan had killed. Out past them were other men dressed in different kinds of uniforms made of chain mail and leather. They all looked to be nearly as big and well-trained as the men closest to the Emperor, but their primary weapons appeared to be crescent axes. Beyond were more encircling layers of men, including men with loaded crossbows, swordsmen, and ranks of pikemen forming up in close formations, preparing for the long march ahead. While each of the layers of men around the Emperor were outfitted in their own distinctive uniforms that matched the rest of their group, they were all big, muscled, armored, and heavily armed with well-made weapons. This was the core of the emperor's force of the deadliest, the most fearsome and formidable of his army. In among the inner circles were men who looked to be officers. Some gave orders to messengers, some gave orders to lower-ranking men, while others assembled in groups, making plans over maps. Yet others came from time to speak briefly with Jagang. Out beyond the barriers of career soldiers were the rabble, who made up by far the largest mass of the army. The weapons carried by those men, swords, axes, pikes, lances, maces, clubs, and knives, were inelegantly made and looked all the more deadly for it. These were coarse men who looked to be out for a riot. They shared one thing with the men in closer to the emperor. They all looked like wide-eyed idealists intent on enforcing their beliefs under the heel of their boot. Kahlan felt as if she were stranded on a treacherous island, surrounded by monsters in a wild sea. Kahlan saw something else different in among the inner circle. There were women. At first, she hadn't noticed them, because their dress was so drab that they blended in with all the men. Given the way these women watched everyone, she began to suspect that they were sisters who served to guard the emperor. There were also men who were largely unarmed, but who had a look to them that in a way reminded Kahlan of the sisters. They were probably gifted as well. None of the men or the sisters so much as glanced Kahlan's way. No one but Sister Ulyssia, Sister Armina, and Jagang knew she was there. There were also young men who, by their simple loose trousers and total lack of weapons, appeared to be slaves taking care of the menial tasks. From some of the other tents in the emperor's compound, Kahlan saw young women emerge to be herded into wagons before the tents were taken down. By the way the men openly stared at these women and by their scanty clothes, their purpose among the men of rank was obvious to Kahlan. The hollow, dead look in the women's eyes told her that they must have been captives pressed into service as whores. The mob out beyond made a ceaseless, noisy ruckus, while most of the men in closer were silent as they went about preparations to strike camp. Most of the men close by had studs, rings, chains, and tattooed faces with unique designs that made them look not just savage, but deliberately less than human, as if they were rejecting a higher value in favor of a lower one. Their chosen purpose in life was clearly brutality. As they went about their work, they talked little and paid attention to orders shouted by officers riding through their midst. They worked with practiced precision as they packed gear, readied weapons, and saddled horses. The great masses of men out beyond, though, were nowhere near as orderly or careful. They threw together their gear in a haphazard fashion. As they departed, they left behind mounds of refuse and broken plunder. They couldn't be bothered with such concerns. Their calling in life was bringing to task those who didn't believe in their superior ways. At seeing Kahlan's reaction to all the fierce men, Sister Ulyssia gestured with a nod out to the men and then leaned a little closer to Kahlan. "I know how you feel." Kahlan doubted it. She didn't want to say anything because she was pretty sure that Jagang was in the sister's mind, watching for what Kahlan might have to say when he wasn't around. "It doesn't really matter how I feel now, does it?" she said to the two sisters, watching her. "He will do what he wants to me." She checked the cut on her cheek from one of Jagang's rings. It had finally stopped bleeding. "He's made that clear enough." "I suppose he will," Sister Ulyssia said. "He will do what he wants to all of us," Sister Armina added. "I can't believe we were so foolish." A group of officers returned with Jagang. Soldiers behind them pulled already saddled horses along with them. Other men were already taking chests, chairs, tables, and smaller items out of the emperor's tent and loading it all into crates in the waiting wagons. As soon as the tent had been emptied, the lines came down, followed by the poles, and at last the tent itself. In a matter of moments, what had looked like a small town of tents, with the emperor's large tent at the center, was just an empty field. Jagang gestured for a man to hand Kahlan the reins to a horse.
"Today you will ride with me."
Kahlan wondered what she would be doing the next day, but she didn't ask. It sounded like he had plans for her. She couldn't begin to guess at them, but she feared what was in store for her. She stuffed a boot in a stirrup and swung up into the saddle, then scanned the sea of men, estimating her chances if she made a run for freedom. She might be able to make it past the men, because with the exception of the two sisters and Jagang, the men couldn't remember her long enough to recall that they saw her. Out among those men, as daunting as such a thought was, she was as good as invisible. To them it would appear as if a riderless horse was running away, and they probably wouldn't want to get trampled for no good reason. The sisters, watching her carefully, mounted up as well, one to each side of her to make sure that she didn't get a chance to bolt. Even if she was invisible to the soldiers, Kahlan knew that the sisters could use the collar to drop her where she was. They didn't need to be close, either. She had learned that the hard way. Her legs still ached from what they had done a little earlier. It was a good thing that she was to ride, because right then she didn't think she would make it far on foot. The sea of men had already begun moving away in a dark, surging tide. The dawn light sparkled off millions of weapons, making the army look liquid. As if floating in the tightly formed raft of the Emperor's personal guards and retinue of sisters, servants, and slaves, they began to drift out into the vast, churning ocean of men moving north toward the horizon. They rode with the hot rising sun to their right. Kahlan, between the sisters, in among the Emperor's personal guards, moved along in the mass of men streaming northward. She had a good view of it all from high in her saddle. At least she didn't have to carry the sisters' things on her back, as she had always had to do before. The early chatter among the soldiers soon died out with the monotonous effort of the march. Talking became too difficult for them. It wasn't long before Kahlan was sweating in the heat. Men carrying heavy packs plodded onward, eyes to the ground in front of them. To stop would probably mean being trampled. There had to be a force of millions that she could see behind them, driving north with them. Throughout the day, wagons or men on horses worked their way through the men passing out food. Wagons dispersed throughout the army at intervals carried water. There was soon a line of men marching along, waiting their turn to get some water from each of the wagons rolling among them. Near midday, a small wagon arrived in the center of the Emperor's people. It had hot food that was passed out to all the officers. The sisters passed Kahlan the same as what the rest of them were offered: flat bread wrapped around some kind of salty, mushy meat. It didn't taste very good, but Kahlan was starving and glad to have it. By nightfall, everyone was exhausted from the arduous march. They had eaten on the move and had stopped for nothing. They were covering more ground than she thought an army of this size capable of doing in a day. She felt as if she were coated with much of the ground they had covered. She didn't know if she would be any happier for rain that would knock down the dust, because then they would have to contend with mud. Kahlan was surprised when she saw out ahead of them what looked like the Emperor's compound. Flags atop tents flapped in the hot wind, as if to welcome the Emperor home. She realized that the wagons with all the Emperor's equipment must have ridden on ahead and set up camp. The army was so vast and covered so much area that it took hours, if not days, for them all to pass the same spot, so the wagons would not have had to ride out ahead of the protection of the army. Men would merely have opened a path for them to race ahead through the marching men, and before dark start setting up camp, so that by the time the Emperor arrived, everything would be ready. Kahlan saw meat roasting on spits over a series of fires. The aromas made her stomach ache with hunger. Other fires held steaming cauldrons on iron cranes. Slaves scurried here and there, carrying a variety of supplies, working at tables, turning spits, stirring what was in the cauldrons, and adding ingredients as they prepared the evening meal. Platters with breads, meats, and fruits were already being readied. Jagang, riding directly in front of Kahlan, dismounted before his large tent. A man rushed in to take the reins. When the sisters and Kahlan dismounted, more young men ran in to take their horses as well. The sisters, as if directed by wordless commands, ushered Kahlan along with them as they followed Jagang in under the large, ornate hanging covering the tent's opening that was being held aside by a muscled soldier without a shirt. He was slick with sweat, probably from the work of erecting the tents, and had a sour stink about him. Inside, it looked just like it had that morning when they had left. Just by looking at it, it was hard to tell that they had gone anywhere. The lamps were already lit. Kahlan was glad for the smell of the burning oil because it covered some of the stench of urine, manure, and sweat. There were a number of slaves inside, all rushing about the task of preparing the emperor's meal being set out on the table. Jagang abruptly turned and seized Sister Ulysses by her hair and yanked her forward. She let out a small cry of pain and surprise at first, but quickly cut off the whimper and offered no resistance as he pulled her close. The slaves only briefly glanced over at Sister Ulysses' cry, and then immediately went back to their work as if they saw nothing.
"Why does no one else see her?" Jagang asked.
Kahlan knew what he was talking about.
"The spell, Excellency. The chain fire spell."
Sister Ulysses was being held in an awkward and uncomfortable position, bent halfway over and standing off balance.
"That was the whole purpose of the spell, so that no one would see her. It was created specifically to make a person appear to vanish. I think it may have been envisioned as a method of creating a spy who couldn't be detected. We used the spell for that purpose, so we could get the boxes of Orden out of the people's palace without anyone knowing what we had done."
Kahlan felt as if her heart had come up into her throat at hearing how she had been used, at how her life and her memory had been stripped from her. A lump swelled in her throat at hearing the arrogant disregard the sisters had for her precious life. What gave these women the right to steal anyone's life in such a way? Only a short time ago she had thought she was a nobody without a memory, a slave to the sisters. Now, in a short time, she had found out that she was Kahlan Amnel, and that she was the Mother Confessor, whatever that was. Now she knew that she hadn't known her name was Amnel, or that she was this Mother Confessor person, because the sisters had spelled her.
"That's the way it's supposed to work," Jagang said. "So why did that innkeeper see her? Why did that little rock rat back in Casca see her?"
I don't know," Sister Ulysses stammered.
He jerked her a little closer. She began to reach up to grasp his wrists, to try to keep from having her scalp torn off, but she thought better of trying to resist anything he did, and let her arms drop to dangle from her stooped shoulders.
"Let me rephrase the question, so that even a stupid bitch like you can understand it. What did you do wrong?"
"But, Excellency—"
"You must have done something wrong, or those two would not have been able to see her."
Sister Ulysses trembled, but didn't answer, as he lectured her.
"You and Armina can see her because you were controlling the spell. I can see her because I was in your minds, and so I was protected by the same process. But no one else should be able to see her. Now," he said after a pause to grit his teeth, "I will ask again. What did you do wrong?"
"Excellency, we did nothing wrong. I swear."
Jagang crooked a finger at Armina. She meekly came forward in mincing steps.
"Would you like to answer my question and tell me what you did wrong? Or would you also like to be sent to the tents along with Ulysses?"
Sister Armina swallowed back her terror as she spread her hands.
"Excellency, If I could spare myself by confessing, I would. But Ulysses is right. We did nothing wrong.
He turned his glare back on the sister he had by the hair.
It seems pretty obvious to me that you two are wrong. The spell should make her invisible, but others can see her. And yet you continue to stick to a story when that's obviously a lie. You had to do something wrong, or those two people would not have seen her.
Sister Ulysses, tears dripping from her cheeks from the pain she was in, tried to shake her head.
No, Excellency. It doesn't work that way.
What doesn't work that way?
The chain fire spell. Once ignited, it runs its course. The spell does the work. It's self-directing. We didn't guide it or control it in any way. In fact, no intervention is possible during the process. It is ignited, and then the spell runs through its predetermined routines. We don't even know what those routines are. In some aspects, they function similarly to a constructed spell. We wouldn't dare try to tamper with any of it. The power unleashed in chain fire is far more than we know how to regulate, and we have no way to alter such a spell, even if we wanted to. She's right, Excellency. We knew what it was supposed to do, what the result was supposed to be, but we don't know how it works. What would we change? Our goal was for it to work, to do what it was designed to do. We had no reason to try to tamper with it, so there is nothing we could have done wrong.
All we did was ignite it, Sister Ulysses insisted, tears starting to weep through her words. We ran the verification webs to make sure that everything was as it should be, and then we ignited it. The spell did the rest. We have no idea why those two people can see her. We were completely surprised by it. He turned his glare on Sister Armina.
Can you fix whatever is wrong?
We have no idea what the problem is, Sister Armina said, so there is no way we can fix it. We don't even know for sure that there really is something wrong. For all we know, it could be that this is simply the way the spell works, that there will be a few people who, for some reason unknown to us, can still see her. The spell is far more complex than anything we've ever encountered before. We have no idea what is wrong, if there really is something wrong, or how to correct it. I think that maybe it was a random anomaly, Sister Ulysses suggested when the silence in the tent became ominous. Those things sometimes happen with magic. Small little issues that aren't anticipated by the spell's creator slip through and aren't affected. It might be nothing more than that. After all, the spell is thousands of years old. Those who created it never tested it, so there might have been unresolved issues they weren't aware of.
Jagang did not look convinced.
There must be something you did wrong.
No, Excellency. Not even those ancient wizards could do anything with the spell once it had been ignited. After all, the magic of Orden was created to deal with the spell if it was ever unleashed. Nothing less can alter its course.
Kahlan's ears perked up. She wondered why the sisters would have used a spell to steal the boxes of Orden that were designed to counter the spell. Maybe their intent had been to make sure that no one could use that counter. Jagang finally released Sister Ulysses by tossing her to the ground with a grunt of disgust. Her hands covered her scalp, comforting the hurt. Emperor Jagang paced as he thought about what he'd been told. Seeing someone peeking into the tent, he stopped and signaled. Several women entered with pitchers and poured red wine in mugs set out on the table. Serving boys began spilling into the room, carrying platters and trays filled with a variety of steaming hot food. Jagang paced, paying the slaves little attention as they went about their work. When the table was finally filled, Jagang took a seat at the carved chair behind the table. He brooded as he watched the two sisters. The slaves all silently lined up behind him, ready to do his bidding or bring him anything he requested. He finally turned his attention to dinner and dug his fingers into the ham. He squeezed off a fistful of the hot meat. With his other hand, he tore off long strips of the large chunk and ate them as he watched the sisters and Kahlan as if judging whether they should live or die. When he had finished the ham, he pulled the knife from his belt and used it to slice off a piece of roast beef. He stabbed the red slab of meat and held it up, waiting. Blood ran down the blade and down the length of his arm to his elbow resting on the tabletop. He paused and smiled up at Kahlan.
A better use for my knife than the use you had for it, don't you think?
Kahlan considered keeping silent, but she couldn't resist speaking.
I liked my use better. I only wish my aim had been true. Had it been, we would not be having this conversation.
He smiled to himself. Maybe. He took a gulp of wine from a mug before using his teeth to pull a chunk of the beef off the slab stuck on the knife. As he watched Kahlan, and while he chewed, he said,
Take off your clothes.
Kahlan blinked.
What?
Take off your clothes.
He gestured with the knife.
All of them.
Kahlan clenched her jaw.
No. If you want them off, you will have to rip them off me.
He shrugged.
I will do that later, just for the satisfaction of it. But for now, take them off.
Why?
He lifted an eyebrow.
Because I said so.
No,
she repeated. The gaze of his nightmare eyes glided to Sister Ulysses.
Tell Kahlan about the torture tents.
Excellency?
Tell her about the extensive experience we have in convincing people to do as we wish. Tell her what tortures we employ.
Before Sister Ulysses could speak, Kahlan spoke first.
Just get on with it and torture me. No one is interested in hearing you gossip about it like an old hen. I'm sure that you'd rather make me suffer, so get on with it.
Oh, the torture isn't for you, darling.
He twisted a leg off a roasted goose and used it to gesture to a young woman behind him.
The torture is for her.
Kahlan glanced at the suddenly panicked woman and then frowned at Jagang.
What?
He bit off some of the dark goose meat. Grease ran down his fingers. He sucked the grease off the rings.
Well, he said as he picked at the meat hanging from the leg, perhaps I should be the one to explain. You see, we have this torture where the Inquisitor makes a small incision in a lower abdomen of the person in question.
He turned and poked the goose leg at the young woman's belly, just below her navel. The goose leg left a greasy spot on her bare flesh.
Right about there.
Then, he said, turning back,
the Inquisitor pushes the jaws of a pair of tongs deep into the belly and gropes around until he is able to grab hold of a bit of the small intestine. It's all quite slippery in there, and the person being subjected to this treatment is not just lying still for it, if you know what I mean. So it usually takes a bit of doing to snag the proper bit of their insides. Once he has it, he slowly begins to pull a few feet of it out. Quite an ordeal.
He leaned over and pulled off another strip of ham.
Now, if you don't do as I say, then we are all going to go over to the torture tents.
He gestured with the limp strip of ham off to his left.
And we're going to let one of our experienced inquisitors do that to this girl behind me.
He turned an icy look up at Kahlan.
All because you refuse to do as you are told. You will get to watch the whole agonizing thing. You will get to listen to her screams, listen to her begging for her life, watch her bleed, see her vital insides being drawn out of her. After the man has pulled a few feet free, he then begins winding it around a stick, like spare yarn, just to keep the mess all neat and tidy. After that, he will pause and look to me. At that time, I will again politely ask you to do as I have instructed. If you again refuse, then we will slowly pull out a few more feet of her tender, delicate, bloody gut winding it around the stick while we all listen to her scream and cry and beg to die. This whole process can go on for quite a long time. It's an excruciatingly slow and painful ordeal." Jagang gave Kahlan a cheerful smile. "And then, near the end, you will get to see her convulse in her death." Kahlan looked up at the girl. She hadn't moved, but she had gone as white as the sugar mounted in the bowl to the side of the table. Jagang slowly chewed and then washed the mouthful down with a swig of wine. "After that, you can watch us throw her lifeless carcass on the dead cart, with other ruined bodies of people who have been questioned. Then, I will offer Ulyssia and Armina the choice of either being sent to the tents to entertain my men, who have quite the lustier desires, or, if they would rather, think of ways to use that collar around your neck to give you more pain than you have so far experienced from it. The stipulation will be that they must not allow you to pass out. I will, of course, want you to feel it all." Outside, the din of the army carried on without let-up, but inside the tent it was dead quiet. Jagang sawed off another slab of the bloody beef as he went on. "After the sisters have exhausted their imaginations, and I believe that the incentive will spark some inventive ideas, then I will personally beat you to within an inch of your death. After all of that, I will rip your clothes off of you, and you will be standing there naked before me." His nightmare eyes fixed on her. "Your choice, darling. Either way, in the end, you are going to comply with my order and end up standing there naked before me. What method do you choose? Make it quick, or I'll not offer you the choice again." Kahlan had no choice. Resisting in this was pointless. She swallowed and immediately started unbuttoning her shirt. Chapter 44. Jagang scooped a handful of pecans from a silver bowl and popped a few in his mouth. He smiled at his triumph as he watched Kahlan begin removing her clothes. His self-satisfied expression made her feel all the more forlorn and powerless. She was certain that her face had gone crimson. She made no further attempt to fight his order. She knew that she had to pick her battles, and this was not one she could win. She wondered if she would ever win another. She began to doubt that it was really possible. There would be no salvation for her. This was her life, her future, all there would ever be for her. She had nothing to look forward to, no reason to aspire to anything good. As unceremoniously as possible, she dropped her clothes in a pile as she removed them, not bothering to stall by folding them. When she was done and had removed every stitch, she stood hunched in the dead silent room, not looking up at Jagang because she didn't want to face his gloating, leering triumph. She tried her best to keep her trembling from being evident. "Stand up straighter," Jagang said. Kahlan did as she was told. She suddenly felt weary. Not weary of physical effort, but weary of all effort. What was she struggling for? What life could she ever have? She stood no chance of ever being free, of ever experiencing love, of ever feeling safe. What chance had she of ever achieving any happiness in life? None. At that moment, she wanted nothing so much as to curl up into a ball and cry, or just stop breathing and be done with it. Everything seemed hopeless. Her efforts were futile against such strength, such numbers, such abilities. She ceased to be embarrassed. She didn't care if he stared at her. She was sure that it wouldn't be long until he was finished with his dinner and then did a lot more than merely stare. She had no choice in that, either. She had no choice in any of it. She had only an imitation of life. Without the ability to control even this much of her life, control if she would have to submit to any indignation, she didn't really have life. Life was something that others had. She breathed,
She saw, she felt, she heard, she tasted, she even thought, but she did not live in a meaningful sense.
"There is a rock formation straight out from the opening to my tent," Jagang said, as he leaned back in his chair. "Do you remember seeing it when we arrived?"
Kahlan looked up at him, feeling dead inside. She went through the task of doing as instructed, like a good slave. She thought about his question. She remembered seeing it. It was a long way off, but she remembered the way the dark river of men poured around the rock outcropping. "Yes, I remember it," she said in a dull voice.
"Good."
He took a swig and set the mug down.
"I want you to walk to that rock. Don't go straight there, but go around in a circular route."
He lifted an eyebrow.
"No need to go all red, darling. The men can't see you, remember?"
Kahlan stared at him.
Then why do you want me to do this?
He shrugged.
"Well, you killed my 2 guards. I need some more."
There are plenty of your men right outside.
He smiled.
"Yes, but they can't see you. I want men who can see you."
Kahlan began to grasp his meaning. She suddenly began feeling very naked again. Page 458.
"The way I figure it, there is probably no better way to ferret out men who can see you than to have you walk by them, showing them all you have to offer."
His gaze roamed the length of her before returning to her eyes.
"Believe me, if they can see you, there is no chance they will fail to make themselves known. I have no doubt whatsoever that if they can see you, like that innkeeper or that girl could see you, and they see you like this, then they will drop whatever they're doing and come out to pay you a kindly greeting."
He laughed heartily at his own joke. No one else in the tent so much as cracked a smile, but he didn't seem to care. Finally, his fit of laughter died out.
"With all the men we have, I would bet that we are bound to net us a few who can see you. Among this many men, there are bound to be more anomalies, as Ulysses put it."
He cocked his head toward her.
"Then we will have guards that you can't sneak up on or sneak past, the way you did the others. You see, darling, you made a tactical mistake. You should have kept that trick for a better chance to escape. Now you wasted it."
She hadn't wasted it. She had done what she had done to save Jillian's life. Kahlan knew that she had no chance at freedom for herself, but at least she had given that gift to Jillian. There was no benefit to saying so, though, so she didn't dispute what he thought had gained him an advantage in the game he was playing with her. Kahlan could think of nothing to say that would talk him out of such a plan. Her only hope now was to remain invisible, but she didn't feel at all invisible. She suddenly felt as if, when she walked out of the Emperor's tent, every man in camp would be able to see her. She could already feel millions of lewd men leering at her. Jagang gestured.
"Ulysses, Armina, you will go along, but hang back a goodly distance. If any man can see her, I don't want them to notice you two and go all shy before they have a good chance to make themselves known to us. I want any men who can see her to be eager enough and bold enough to drop whatever they're doing to come and investigate our fine young lady here."
They both bowed and as one said, "Yes, Excellency." Jagang lost his cheerful pretense and turned menacing.
"Now get going. Make a big circle to the right, through the camp, to that rock formation, and then continue the circle on around back to here. Move, woman."
Kahlan padded across the soft rugs to the carpet hanging over the doorway. She could feel his leering gaze on her. She pushed the carpet aside and slipped through the opening. Outside, facing the sprawling camp, she went stiff with dread. She forced herself, trembling every step, to walk among the hulking brutes near the Emperor's tent. Tears stung her eyes. She felt humiliated and completely naked to all the men in camp. She paused at the first defending ring of soldiers, terrified to go out among the men beyond. She wanted to scream with fury, with mortified embarrassment. She felt trapped by those who controlled her. She couldn't make her legs take another step. She looked back over her shoulder. Emperor Jagang was standing just outside his tent, holding by the hair the woman he had threatened to torture. She was in helpless tears. Kahlan had done something hard to save Jillian's life. She decided that she would devote herself to doing this, to save the life of the woman Jagang now held under such terrible threat. She, too, was a slave who had no choice in her life. Only Kahlan could make a choice that would spare the woman terrible suffering. Kahlan turned back to the pandemonium of the camp and started out. The ground was rough, and she had to step carefully to avoid not only rocks and bits of broken gear, but fresh manure as well. She reminded herself that none of these men could see her. She paused at another defensive line where Big Brute stood guard. She peeked up at the man beside her. He didn't notice her, but instead watched those out beyond. So far, none of the men could see her. She looked back and saw the sisters waiting for her to get farther away. Jagang was still holding the woman by the hair. Kahlan understood the message, and without wasting a moment, started moving again. She saw horses nearby, and briefly contemplated making a run for them. In her mind, she envisioned jumping up onto the back of a horse and galloping away, escaping out of the camp altogether. She knew it was only a fantasy. The sisters would unleash a torrent of pain through the collar and bring her down. What's more, the woman Jagang held would die. He was not a man to make idle threats. He carried them out, lest anyone ever think he was the kind to bluff. Kahlan knew such an escape was impossible, but thinking about it took her mind off all the men so close all around her, off all the filthy hands she couldn't help staring at. She felt completely vulnerable and exposed. She stood out among the sprawling encampment like an alabaster water lily blossom stranded in the middle of a vast, reeking mudflat. She moved quickly, reasoning that the sooner she made the circuit, the sooner she would be back in the sheltering protection of the tent. It was a terrible thought, Jagang's tent being her protection. That terrible man, her security. At least she would be out of sight again, and right then that was all she wanted. It became the focus of her thoughts. Make the distance to the rocks and make it back. The sooner she did it, the sooner she would be back inside. Unless there were men out in this mass of soldiers who could see her. It only made sense. She had run across 2 people who could see her, and that was among a small sampling of people. There were millions of men in this army. The chances were that she would run across men who would see her only too well. What would she do then? She glanced back over her shoulder. The sisters looked like they were way back across a river of men. What if a man grabbed her and pulled her down, dragged her away? The sisters finally started following after, but they were a long way back. Kahlan worried about what would happen if men could see her and grabbed her. What if a whole group of men all could see her? Would the sisters be able to pull a whole mob off her? Besides, the sisters were a long way back. Kahlan worried how far a rape would go before the sisters showed up. But the sisters could cast magic. Surely they would not allow men to ravish her. She wondered what made her have any such confidence. Jagang. He wanted her for himself. He was not the kind of man to let underlings have his prize of prizes. He would want to take her himself. The thought of him on top of her ran a shiver of icy dread through her. The immediate problem, though, was not Jagang, it was these men. In one fluid movement, As she passed a soldier with his back to her, she lifted a knife from the sheath at his hip. She made the motion fit in with the swing of her arms so that if the sisters were looking, they wouldn't have seen what she had done. The man glanced around, having felt something. Even though he looked directly at her for an instant, his gaze moved on, and he went back to his conversation. The men she had been moving among were all still the outer rings of the many layers around the Emperor's compound, but she was now moving out beyond, in among the regular soldiers. They were drinking, laughing, gambling, and telling stories around fires. Horses were picketed among them. Wagons stood about at various places. Some men had already pitched crude tents, while others were content to cook over fires or sleep. She saw 2 women being taken into the tents. None went cheerfully. She saw other women emerge only to be snatched up by waiting men and dragged to the next tent. Kahlan remembered Jagang mentioning sending the sisters out to the tents as punishment. Hearing the women in those tents weeping made Kahlan sweat in dread of her own fate when she finally returned to Jagang's tent. As terrifying a circumstance as being taken into those tents with those men would be, Kahlan could not feel sorry for the sisters. If they ended up being raped by these men, it was not enough punishment to Kahlan's mind. They deserved far worse. One of the nearby men glanced up at her. Kahlan could see recognition flash in his eyes that fixed on her. He saw her. His mouth fell open, thrilled with his luck at what sort of woman had just stumbled into his arms, so to speak. As he rose up, before he was fully erect, Kahlan sliced his belly open from one side to the other as she swiftly continued to move past, as if nothing had happened. The man, his face registering the shock of it, weakly tried to catch his guts as they spilled out in a heavy mass. He toppled over and crashed to the ground while making panicked grunts that weren't noticed as anything more than the other raucous noise all around. When he hit the ground, his insides spilled out. Men turned to look, some shocked, some laughing, all of them thinking the man had just lost a knife fight. Kahlan didn't slow or look back. She kept moving, without breaking her stride, reminding herself of her task. Get to the rock, get back to the tent, make the circuit, do as she had been told. As a man appeared out of the crowd and rushed up to her, she tightened her muscles and used his momentum to drive the knife up under his ribs, ripping his vital organs apart. The lifting cut, like a punch, along with his descending weight, drove her fist through the gash and into his warm insides. By the way he went down like a sack of sand without so much as a word, she was pretty sure that she had managed to cut open his heart. As a memento of the brief encounter, she now wore a glove of his blood. She wondered where she had learned to do such things. It felt like they came instinctively to her, the way emotions just came naturally without the need to summon them. She couldn't remember anything about herself, but she remembered how to use a weapon. She supposed that she should just be glad she could. In making her way out into the sea of men, she came to a dense island of activity. Men had all drawn back to leave an open field in the center of a low area, and teams of men were playing jala there. Soldiers gathered all around in the tens of thousands, cheered on one team or the other. The game was a violent affair, with the point man encountering the worst of it from the other team. When he went down bloodied, half the men surrounding the field cheered wildly.
"Well, well," a man to her left said. "Looks like a fine whore come to pay me a visit."
As she began to turn toward him, another man to the right seized her wrist, twisted, and had her knife. In an instant, both men were on her, grabbing at her, pulling her back away from the crowd gathered to watch the jala game. Kahlan fought to get free, but they were a lot stronger and had taken her by surprise. She silently raged at herself for being caught unawares like that. None of the men around noticed anything at all. They couldn't see her. She was invisible to them, but not to these two, who pressed in tight to hide her from their fellow soldiers, lest they have to fight for their fresh prize. She might as well have been alone with these two. One of them shoved his hand between her legs. She gasped at the sudden violation. As he leaned in to grope her, she managed to get her wrist free. In an instant, she whipped her arm around and slammed her elbow into the center of his face, breaking his nose. He fell back screaming, blood gushing across his cheeks and eyes. The other man laughed, seeing it as his opportunity to have her for himself. He changed direction, pulling her along, holding both of her wrists together in one of his powerful hands as he used the other to explore the spoils. Kahlan struggled and twisted, but he was far too big and husky for her. She couldn't get any leverage to break free of his grip.
"You're a feisty one," he said into her ear. "What did you think? That you could avoid your sacred duty to the soldiers of the Order? Think you're too good to serve in the tents? Well, you're not. Here's my tent, so it's time to do your duty."
Kahlan twisted around to try to bite him as he dragged her toward an empty tent not far away. He backhanded her. The blow stunned her. The noise of the encampment seemed to fade away. She couldn't make her muscles do as she wished, couldn't make them resist the grimy soldier as he pulled her toward the tent. Suddenly, Kahlan saw Sister Ulyssea's face. She had never before been glad to see one of the sisters, but she was now. The sister distracted the man's attention from Kahlan for an instant, then pressed her fingers to the side of his forehead. Finally free, Kahlan jumped back as her captor dropped to his knees, clutching his fists to his head as he cried out in pain. "Get up," Sister Ulysses told him, "or I'll do worse by far." He stood on wobbly legs. "You are ordered immediately to the Emperor's tent to serve as a special guard." The man looked confused. "Special guard?" "That's right. You will be guarding this troublesome young lady for His Excellency." The man gave Kahlan a dangerous look. "It would be my pleasure." "Pleasure or not, get moving. That's an order from Emperor Jagang himself." She pointed a thumb back over her shoulder. "That way." The soldier dipped his head in a bow, obviously fearful of her ability with magic. He regarded the sister with a kind of wary, if unspoken, loathing. These men obviously did not hold those with the gift in high regard.
"I'll be seeing more of you soon," the man promised Kahlan before he ran off to do as he'd been ordered.
Kahlan saw Sister Armina giving the man with the broken nose the same instructions. She spoke in a voice that Kahlan couldn't hear over the riot of cheering, but the man clearly heard her because he stiffened with fear, bowed to her, and ran off after the first man. Sister Ulysses turned her attention back to Kahlan. "Tears won't do you any good. Now get going." Kahlan didn't argue. The sooner it was over, the better. She started out at once, counting herself fortunate to have eliminated 2 of the 4 who had so far been able to see her. She had to skirt the Jala game that was working the crowd of men to a fever pitch of excitement. She paused at one point to rise up on her tiptoes and make sure where the rock was. Then she headed for it. By the time she had made it back to Jagang's tent, they had collected 5 men. All of them stood outside the tent awaiting orders, including the one nursing his broken nose. He glared at her as she walked past him, ushered through the tent's opening by the 2 sisters. Kahlan had managed to quickly arm herself after Sister Ulysses had rescued her the first time. This time, though, Kahlan had seen to it that she secured 2 knives, one for each hand. She held the hilts to her fists, with the blades lying up against the insides of her wrists, so that the sisters, following her at a good distance, hadn't been able to see them. Kahlan had managed to kill another 6 men who could see her, without the sisters realizing what she had done. It hadn't been hard. They saw no threat coming from a naked woman. They were dead wrong. With their guard down, she had been able to thrust her weapons home quickly and without a fuss. There was so much noise, confusion, drinking, yelling, and fighting in the camp that the sisters never noticed the men Kahlan had taken out. When she hadn't been able to dispatch the men who could see her, either because Sister Ulyssia or Armina were too close, or because they were watching closely and rushed in to rescue her and give the soldiers their new assignments as special guards, Kahlan always let her knives slip to the ground and vanish under the throng of soldiers, so that the sisters wouldn't suspect what she had been up to. Being invisible to almost all the men, it had been easy enough to get more knives throughout the long, nerve-wracking walk among the soldiers. Once she was inside the tent, Jagang threw Kahlan's clothes at her. "Get dressed." Rather than questioning his reasons for a command she hadn't expected, she wasted no time in complying with his orders. Under the unwavering dark gaze of the man, it was a huge relief to finally have her clothes back on. It didn't seem to lessen his obvious interest in what he had seen, though. His attention finally turned to the two sisters. "I've instructed our new guards in their duties." He smiled in a way that made both sisters swallow in dread. "What with some guards to take the load off your backs, you will have some free time to spend in the tents, being on your backs for a different duty."
"But, Excellency," Sister Armina said in a trembling voice, "we have done everything you requested. We got the men—"
"You think that because you do as you're told for a short time, I will forget the years you have been running around plotting and scheming to do me in? You think I will so easily forget your neglect of your duty to others, your obligations to the cause of the order, your moral responsibility to sacrifice your worldly wishes to the good of others?"
"It wasn't that way, Excellency." Sister Armina dry-washed her hands as she searched for words that might save her. "Yes, we were shamefully selfish, I admit, but we had no direct thought to harm you." He snorted a laugh. "You don't think freeing the keeper of the underworld would harm me? You don't think turning mankind over to the keeper of the dead would be against me, against the ways of the order, against the Creator?" Sister Armina fell silent. She knew she had no argument. Kahlan had always thought of the sisters as vipers, but now they were writhing before someone with hide too tough to sink their fangs into. Sister Ulyssia and Armina were attractive women. Kahlan had the feeling that their looks were only going to make it worse for them out among the animals that were the Imperial Order army. "I have control of the—" Jagang caught himself almost using her title, "of Kahlan, through the collar, through your ability. You don't need to be present for me to call upon that power if necessary. Just alive. I will instruct the men that I don't want you two murdered while they are enjoying your feminine charms." "Thank you, Excellency," Sister Ulyssia managed in a small voice. She was gripping her skirts in white-knuckled fists. "Now there are two men waiting outside who have been instructed in what they are to do with you both. Go with them." He grinned at them like death itself. "Have a good night, ladies. You deserve it, and many more." As they left the tent, Kahlan stood in the center, awaiting a similar fate. Jagang stepped closer to her. Kahlan thought she might either faint from dread or be sick at the thought of what was about to happen to her. Chapter 45. Kahlan stared at the pattern in the carpet on the ground at her feet. She didn't want to look defiantly into Jagang's black eyes. A show of bravery at the moment, she knew, would serve little purpose. When she had been made to walk while the sisters rode, she had always told herself that it would make her stronger for a time when she would need strength. In much the same way, she wouldn't now use her resolve for a useless show of defiance. Railing against her captor and what he was about to do to her when she knew that she could do nothing to stop it would only be squandering her strength. She wanted to save her hot rage until the time was right. And that time would come. She promised herself that such a time would come. Even if it was when she threw herself into the teeth of death itself, she would unleash her smoldering anger at those who did this to her and all the other innocent victims of the imperial order. She saw Jagang's boots appear right in front of her. She held her breath, expecting him to seize her. She didn't know what she would do when it actually happened, how she would be able to endure what she knew he was going to do. Her gaze lifted just a little, just enough to see where his knife was on his belt. He rested the heel of his hand on the knife handle.
"We're going out," he said.
Kahlan looked up with a frown.
Out? For what purpose?
"Tonight is a night of Jala de Jinn tournaments. Different units of our soldiers have teams. There are nights devoted to the tournaments. It lifts the hearts of our forces to have their emperor there to witness how they play the game. Men are also gathered from all over the conquered parts of the New World and given the chance to join in challenging other teams. It is a great opportunity for them to begin to fit into the new culture we bring to defeated lands, to become part of the fabric of the order, to participate in our ways. The best players can sometimes become heroes. Women fight over such men. The men of my team are all such men, heroes who never lose. Crowds of women wait for these men after the games, eager to open their legs for them. Jala players have their pick of any woman."
Kahlan noted that while, as Emperor, Jagang probably had the pick of many women who would want to be close to such a man of authority and power, he would rather force himself on her. He would rather take what was not offered, have what he had not won as a result of merit.
"Tonight, some of those teams play for ranking. They all hope that one day they might have the chance to play my team in a grand contest for top honors. My team plays the best of the best, once or twice a month. They never lose. There is always a burning hope among each new group of challengers that they will be the ones to defeat the best, the Emperor's team, and be crowned champions of the games. There would be many rewards for such a team, not the least of which would be the most beautiful of the women, who now are eager only to be with the men of my team."
He seemed to enjoy telling her about the habits of such women, as if he were generalizing about all women, and in so doing telling her that he thought she was at heart the same. She would rather open a vein. She ignored the innuendo and asked him something else instead.
If your team is not playing, why do you wish to watch? Surely a man such as you would not bestow your precious presence on the faithful on such a regular basis just to be generous.
He peered at her with a puzzled look, as if it were a strange question.
"To see their strategy, of course, to learn the strengths, the weaknesses of those who will become the opponents of my team."
His sly smile returned.
"That is what you do. Size up those who might be your opponents. And don't try to tell me that you don't. I see your gaze go to weapons, to the layout of rooms, to the position of men, cover, and escape routes. You are always searching for an opportunity, always watching, always thinking of how to defeat those who stand in your way. Jala de Jinn is much the same way. It is a game of strategy."
I've seen it played. I'd say that the strategy is secondary, that it's primarily a game of brutality.
"Well, if you don't enjoy the strategy," he said with a smirk, "then you will no doubt enjoy watching men sweat, strain, and struggle against one another. That's why most women like to watch Jala. Men enjoy it for the strategy, the give and take of the contest, the chance to cheer their team to victory, and to imagine being such men themselves. The women like to watch half-naked bodies and sweat-slicked muscles. They like to watch the strongest men prevail, dream of being the desire of conquering heroes, and then scheme of ways to make themselves available to such men."
Both sound pointless to me. Either brutality or meaningless rutting.
He shrugged.
In my tongue, Kahlan Dijin means the game of life. Is not life a struggle, a brutal contest, a contest of men and of sexes? Life, like Kahlan, is a brutal struggle.
Kahlan knew that life could be brutal, but that such brutality did not define life or its purpose, and that the sexes were not rivals, but meant to share together in the work and joys of life. To those like you it is, she said. That's one difference between you and me. I use violence only as a last resort, only when it's necessary to defend my life, my right to exist. You use brutality as a tool of fulfilling your desires, even your ordinary desires, because, except by force, you have nothing worthwhile to offer to exchange for what you want or need, and that includes women. You take, you do not earn. I'm better than that. You don't value life or anything in it. I do. That's why you must crush anything good, because it puts the lie to your nothing of a life, shows by contrast how you do nothing but waste your existence. That's why you and those like you hate those like me, because I'm better than you and you know it.
Such a belief is the mark of a sinner. To consider your own life meaningful is a crime against the Creator as well as your fellow man.
When she only glared at him, he arched an eyebrow with an admonishing look as he leaned a little closer. He held up a thick finger, adorned with a plundered gold ring, before her face to mark an important point, as if lecturing a selfish, headstrong child who was within an inch of getting a well-deserved thrashing.
The fellowship of order teaches us that to be better than someone is to be worse than everyone.
Kahlan could only stare at such a vulgar ideology. That pious statement of hollow conviction gave her a sudden, true insight into the abyss of his savage nature and the vindictive character of the order itself. It was a concept that had abandoned the distant foundation upon which it had been built, that all life equally had the right to exist for its own sake, in order to justify taking life for the order's own contrived notion of the common good. Within that simple-sounding framework of an irrational tenet, he had just unwittingly revealed everything. It explained the depravity of his whole cause, and the determinant emotions driving the nature of those monstrous men massed outside, ready to kill anyone who would not submit to their creed. It was a dogma that shrank from civilization, praised savagery as a way of existence, and required constant brutality to crush any noble idea and the man who had it. It was a movement that drew to it thieves who wanted to think themselves righteous, murderers who wanted holy absolution for the blood of innocent victims that drenched their souls. It assigned any achievement not to the one who had created it, but instead to those who had not earned it and did not deserve it, precisely because they did not earn it and did not deserve it. It valued thievery, not accomplishment. It was anathema to individuality. At the same time, it was a frighteningly sad admission of a rotting core of weakness in the face of life, an inability to exist on any level except that of a primitive beast, always cowering in fear that someone else would be better. It was not simply a rejection of all that was good, a resentment of accomplishment. It was, in fact, far worse. It was an expression of a gnawing hatred for anything good, grown out of an inner unwillingness to strive for anything worthwhile. Like all irrational beliefs, it was also unworkable. To live, those beliefs had to be ignored to accomplish goals of domination, which in themselves were a violation of the belief for which they were fighting. There were no equals among those of the order, the torch-bearers of enforced equality. Whether a Kahlan player, the most professional of the soldiers, or an emperor, the best, were not simply needed but sought after and highly valued. And so as a body they harbored an inner hatred of their failure to live up to their own teachings, and a fear that they would be unmasked for it. As punishment for their inability to fulfill their sanctified beliefs through adherence to those teachings, They instead turned to the self-flagellation of proclaiming how unworthy all men were, and vented their self-hatred on scapegoats. They blamed the victims. In the end, the belief was nothing more than fabricated divinity, unthinking nonsense repeated in a mantra in an attempt to give it credibility, to make it sound sacred. "I've already seen the Jala games," Kahlan said. She turned away from him. "I have no desire to see more of it." He seized her upper arm, pulling her back around to face him. "I know you're eager to have me bed you, but you can wait. Right now we are going to watch the Jala games." A lecherous smile oozed onto his face, like greasy muck bubbling up from his festering soul. "If you don't enjoy watching the games for their strategy and competition, then you can let your eyes roam over the naked flesh of the rivals. I'm sure that such sights will make you eager for what comes later tonight. Try not to be too impatient." Kahlan suddenly felt foolish for protesting any reason to avoid his bed, but the Jala game was out among the men, and she had no desire to go out there again. She also had no choice. She hated being among those vile men. She reminded herself to get a grip on her feelings. The soldiers couldn't see her. She was being silly. He pulled her toward the passageway of the tent. She went without resisting. This was not a time to resist. Outside, the 5 special guards waited. They all noticed that Kahlan was dressed, but none of them spoke. They stood tall, straight, and attentive, looking ready to jump if told to do so. They were obviously on their best behavior before their emperor, wanting to impress him. Kahlan guessed that to be better than someone was all right if you were the emperor, and that it wouldn't make him worse than everyone. He fought for a doctrine from which he exempted himself, as did each and every one of his men. Kahlan knew better than to point it out. "These are your new guards," Jagang told her. "We'll not have a repeat of the last incident, since these men can see you." The men all looked pretty content with themselves and the apparently harmless nature of the woman they were to guard. Kahlan took a quick but good look at the first man the sisters had brought to task, the partner of the one with the broken nose. With a glance, she evaluated the weapons he carried, a knife and a crudely made sword with 2 halves of a wooden hilt wired onto the tang, and how graceless he appeared in the way he wore them. In that glance, she knew that they were implements he no doubt used with bravado when slaughtering innocent women and children. She doubted that he had ever used them in combat with other men. He was a thug, nothing more. Intimidation was his weapon of choice. By his self-satisfied smile, he looked unimpressed with her. After all, he had already by himself nearly brought her to task and to his tent. In his mind, he had been only a few steps away from having her under him. "You," she said, pointing right between his eyes. "You I will kill first." The men all snickered. She swept an appraising gaze over them and their weapons, learning what there was to learn. She pointed at the man with the broken nose. "You die second, after him." "What about us 3?" one of the others asked, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What order will you kill us in?" Kahlan shrugged. "You will know just before I cut your throat." The men all laughed. Jagang didn't. "You would be well advised to take her seriously," the Emperor told them. "The last time she got her hands on a knife, she killed my 2 most trusted bodyguards, men a lot better at soldiering than you, and a sister of the dark, all by herself, and all in a matter of a few brief moments." The laughter died away. "You all will stay on your toes," Jagang said in a low growl, "or I will gut you myself if I even think you are being inattentive to your duty. If she gets away under your watch, I will send you to the torture tents and command that your death take a month and a day,
that your flesh rot and die before you do."
There was no longer any doubt in the men's minds as to the seriousness of Jagang's orders or the value of his prize. A vast escort of hundreds, if not thousands, of the inner and most expert of the Emperor's guards formed up around their leader as he strode purposefully away from his tent. The 5 special guards surrounded Kahlan on every side except the side Jagang was on. They all moved out into the camp in a wedge of armor and drawn weapons. Kahlan supposed that, as a leader, Jagang was just taking normal precautions against spies. But she thought it was more than that. He was better than everyone else. Chapter 46. By the time they returned to the Emperor's compound and his large tent after the Kahlan contests, Kahlan's level of worry had risen. It wasn't just the obvious dread of being alone with such an unpredictable and dangerous man, or even her near panic over what she knew he intended to do to her. It was all of that, with a sinister undercurrent to his cruelty churning just beneath the surface. There was a flush to his face, a more assertive nature to his movements, an edgy quality to his short comments, a fierce intensity in his inky eyes. Watching the games had put Jagang in an even more violent mood than what she believed was his norm. The games had worked him up. They had excited him in every way. Back at the games, he'd felt that one of the teams had not played to their full potential, had not given it everything they had. He'd thought they were holding back and not putting their all into the contest. When they lost, he had them executed on the field. The crowd had cheered more at that than at the rather tedious play of the game itself. Jagang was hailed for putting the losers to death. The games that followed were played with considerably more passion and on ground soggy from the blood of the beheadings. Kahlan was a game in which men ran, dodged, and darted past one another, or blocked, or chased the man with the heavy ball, the brock, trying to capture it, or attack with it, or score with it. Men often fell or were knocked from their feet. When they did, they rolled across the ground. In the summer heat, without shirts, they were soon slick, not just with sweat, but with blood. From what Kahlan could see of the female camp followers watching from the sidelines, they weren't in the least put off by the blood. If anything, it made them only more eager to catch the attention of the players, who were now whipping the crowd into a frenzy with their fast-paced, aggressive tactics. In all the rest of the games, after the one resulting in executions, as in the ones previous, the losing teams, since they had at least played with wild determination, were not put to death, but flogged. A terrible whip, made up of a number of knotted cords bound together, was used for the penalty. Each of those cords was tipped with heavy nuggets of metal. The men were given 1 lash for each point by which they lost. Most losing teams lost by several points, but even 1 lash from that whip ripped open the naked flesh of a man's back. The crowd enthusiastically counted out each lash to each man on the losing team kneeling in the center of the field. The winners often cavorted around the perimeter of the field, showing off for the crowd, while the losers, with bowed heads, received their whipping. It had made Kahlan sick to witness such a thing. It had excited Jagang. Kahlan was relieved that the games were at last over. But now that she was back inside the Emperor's compound and about to enter his tent, a gnawing sense of dread was eating away at her insides. Jagang was in a temper provoked by violence and aroused by blood. Kahlan could see in his eyes that he was in no mood to be denied anything. And the only thing left for him that night was her. As the special guards were just about to be posted outside the tent, she spotted a man running into the compound, being followed by a small group of men. Jagang paused in his instructions to Kahlan's special guards as the rings of defenders parted to let the man and a gaggle of officers through. When the man came to a breathless halt, he announced himself as a messenger.
What is it, then?
Jagang asked the messenger, scrutinizing the half-dozen men of rank with him. Jagang was not at all pleased to be bothered when he had his mind set on other things. Kahlan knew that she was the focus of his brooding thoughts, and that he wanted to get her inside and alone. The time had come, and he was impatient to get at her. He had so far not touched her in any improper manner. He was saving it all up. In much the same way that any city in the path of his army had to wait in agonizing dread for the impending assault, she, too, felt the stranglehold of overpowering fear as she waited for what she knew was coming. She tried not to imagine what he was going to do to her and what it would be like, but she could not think of anything else any more than she could slow her galloping heart. The messenger handed over a leather tube. It made a hollow thunk when Jagang popped the lid off. With 2 fingers he extracted a rolled piece of paper. He broke the wax seal, unrolled it, and held it up to read it in the light of the torches, flanking the entrance to his tent. The rings he wore on each finger sparkled in the flickering torchlight. At first, frowning, the Emperor began to smile as he read. He finally laughed aloud as he looked up at his officers.
The army of the Daharan Empire has fled the field of battle. Scouts and sisters alike have all reported the same thing, that the Daharans were so terrified of the prospect of facing Jagang the Just and the army of the Order that they all deserted and have scattered in every direction, proving what faithless cowards they really are. The forces of the Daharan Empire are no more. There is nothing standing between us and the people's palace.
The officers cheered their emperor. Everyone was suddenly in a jovial mood. Jagang bestowed his congratulations on the officers for being a part of putting the enemy on the run. As she listened, standing off to the side, while the others all watched Jagang waving the paper and speaking of the end of the long war being at hand, Kahlan slowly, carefully, lifted a leg until her fingers found the hilt of the knife tucked into her right boot. Making as little movement as possible so as not to draw the attention of the 5 men who could see her, or Jagang himself, she worked the weapon up out of the boot and into her fist. As soon as it was securely in hand, she retrieved the second knife from the other boot. She tightly grasped the leather-wrapped handle of each well-made weapon, working her fingers to get a secure grip on the hilts. Having weapons in hand filled her with a sense of purpose, banishing her helpless dread at what was in store for her that night. She now had a way to strike at them. She knew that she might not be able to stop Jagang from what he would do to her, but it would not be without a fight. This was her chance to extract a price. She didn't move her head, only her eyes, and she took stock of where each man was standing. Jagang, unfortunately, was not close to her. He had stepped to the messenger, and then closer to his officers. Kahlan knew that he was far from stupid. If she were to walk up to his side, he would instantly be suspicious. He would know that she would not do such a thing willingly. She also knew that he was an experienced fighter. He would react before she could lunge at him. Having him closer probably wouldn't have done her much good anyway. There were better targets, a better chance for surprise. The 5 special guards were close to her left, the officers a little farther away to her right. The officers couldn't see her. Beyond was a camp of men who couldn't see her. But even though the officers couldn't see her, the 5 could, and as soon as she moved, she would have only an instant before they reacted. She knew that she could draw a lot of blood, but there was little chance she would escape. The alternative was to submit meekly to her impending rape. Kahlan summoned her rage. She gripped the hilts of the knives tighter. This was a chance to strike back against her captors. With a straight-in, direct, and mighty thrust, she slammed the long knife in her left hand into the center of the chest of the special guard she had promised to kill first. Some dim part of her mind noted his stiff surprise. Just beyond him, the eyes of the man with the broken nose went wide as he, too, stiffened with shocked surprise. Kahlan used the knife planted in the chest of the first man as an anchor for leverage. With that grip to help her, she spun around the man already stabbed. At the same time, she brought the knife in her right hand around with her in an arc. The blade slashed open the throat of the man with the broken nose. In 2 beats of her hammering heart, she had killed them both. Kahlan drove her left boot into the first man as he fell in order to pull free the embedded knife and to spring herself in the opposite direction toward the officers. On the 3rd beat of her heart, she hit the first officer like a ja-la tackle. As she flew into him, she plunged the knife in her right hand deep into his belly, jerking up as she did so to rip him open. At the same time, she stabbed the other knife square into the throat of the man immediately to the side and a little behind the first officer. He had been the ranking officer and the one she was really targeting. She hit him with such force that the blade not only drove through the man's throat, but, hitting the space between the vertebrae, pierced all the way through his neck. His spinal cord cut. His entire dead weight dropped straight down so fast that Kahlan's grip on the knife twisted her off balance and pulled her with him. At the same time, before she could catch herself or yank the knife back, the power from the collar hit Kahlan like a lightning bolt. At the same time, the other 3 special guards tackled her, taking her the rest of the way off her feet and ramming her face first into the soft ground. With the collar making her arms numb and useless, and her legs unable to respond to her wishes, the men had no trouble disarming her. When Jagang shrieked the order, they hauled her to her feet. Kahlan panted from the effort of the brief battle. Her heart still raced. Even if she had failed to escape, she wasn't entirely disappointed. She hadn't really thought that her chances of making it were that good to begin with. She had expected, though, to at least kill a couple of officers, and she had accomplished that. She was disappointed only that the special guards had not killed her rather than capture her. Jagang dismissed the confused officers, explaining that it was a bit of magic that had gotten loose. He assured them that he had everything well in hand. They were men used to violence, and seemed to take the sudden death of 2 fellow officers by an invisible hand, if not in stride, at least with a level of self-control, reassured by the demeanor of their emperor. As they made their way out of the emperor's compound, they collected a number of men who rushed in to remove the bodies. The guards who came to see what the commotion was all about were dismayed to see such a murder within their layers of defenses. They all glanced to Jagang to gauge his mood, and seeing him calm, swiftly went about the business of carrying off the 4 dead men. Once they had departed, Jagang finally turned a glare on Kahlan.
I see that you were closely watching the games. You appear to have been paying more attention to the strategy than the bare flesh of muscular men.
Kahlan met the gazes of the 3 special guards holding her. Just keeping a promise? Jagang slowly let out a deep breath, as if trying to keep from murder himself.
You are quite a remarkable woman, and a formidable opponent.
I'm the bringer of death, she told him. He glanced at the 4 bodies being carried out into the night.
So you are.
He turned his intense attention to the 3 men holding Kahlan.
Is there a reason that I should not send you 3 off to be tortured?
The men, who had been smug about having taken her down, suddenly didn't seem so smug. They glanced nervously at one another.
But, Excellency, one of them said, the 2 men who failed you paid with their lives. The 3 of us stopped her. We didn't let her escape.
I am the one who stopped her, he said through barely restrained rage. I stopped her with the collar she wears around her neck.
He considered them silently for a moment, letting his flash of rage calm down a little.
But I am called Jagang the Just for good reason. I will allow you 3 to live for the time being. But let this be a lesson to you. I warned you that she was dangerous. Now perhaps you can see that I know what I'm talking about."
"Yes, Excellency," the three said over one another.
Jagang clasped his hands behind his back.
"Release her."
He passed a withering glare over each man before taking Kahlan's arm and leading her back toward the opening of the tent. She was still reeling from the shock of the collar. Her joints ached, her legs and arms burned from inside. She had wondered if Jagang had been telling the truth that he could use the collar without the sisters needing to be present. Now she knew. Without that collar, she might have stood a good chance of breaking free. With it, she didn't. She dared not take Jagang's ability lightly from now on. At least now she knew. Sometimes it was worse to wonder if something would have been possible.
"I want you three to guard outside my tent tonight. If she comes out without me, you had better stop her."
The three soldiers bowed.
"Yes, Excellency."
They no longer looked at all smug. They looked like what they were, men who had just escaped a death sentence. As the men took up their posts, Jagang turned a grim look on Kahlan.
"The last time you only went for a walk among the men. It was a short walk. You saw only a small sampling of my army. Tomorrow, you are going to have a much better chance to see a great many more of my men. And a lot more of those men are bound to see you. I don't know what the anomaly is that Ulysses spoke of, or its cause, but it doesn't really matter to me. What matters is that, like in all things, I intend to use it to my advantage. I intend to see to it that you are well guarded. You will ride again tomorrow, and we will take a tour through the troops. But you are going to do it without your clothes. In that way, you will help find us a goodly supply of new special guards. It should be quite an exciting day."
Kahlan didn't offer an argument. None would have done any good. She could tell by the careful way in which he explained it that he meant for it to make her uncomfortable. She suspected that her humiliation was only just beginning. Emperor Jagang ushered her in through the opening of his tent as if she were royalty. He was mocking her, she knew. As she moved inside, she could feel the power of the collar release its grip on her. She could at last move her feet and arms on her own. The pain, thankfully, began to fade as well. Inside the tent, it was nearly dark, lit only by candles. They gave the tent a warm glow, making it feel cozy and safe, almost like a sacred place. It was anything but. She felt as if she were being led to her execution. Chapter 47. The slaves who had prepared a late-night sampling of light foods for the emperor were all dismissed. At seeing the look in his eyes, and after having heard the screams of dying men, everyone was only too happy to leave when he growled at them to get out. He watched as they all rushed out, and then with a thick finger pressed into the center of her back, Jagang silently steered Kahlan past the table with mugs of wine, platters of meats, loaves of dark bread, bowls of nuts, and arrangements of fruits and sweets, escorting her beyond another tapestry hanging before an opening into an inner bedroom within the tent. The bedroom was isolated from the rest of the tent and from the outside by what looked to be padded panels, probably to make it quieter. The walls were also covered with hides and fabric hangings of material woven into muted patterns. The room was warmly decorated with exquisite carpets, a few small pieces of fine furniture, glass-fronted bookcases filled with books, and ornate silver and gold lamps. The bed, covered in furs and satin, had spiraled dark wooden posts at each corner. Kahlan hid her trembling fingers behind her back as she watched Jagang cross the room and remove his lamb's wool vest. He tossed it over a chair at a small writing desk. His naked chest and back were covered in dark, curly hair. He looked like a bear of a man in more ways than one. He looked like anything but a man who would have satin bed coverings. She suspected that he didn't really appreciate such things, but wanted them as a mark of his station. She guessed that he must have forgotten that no one was supposed to be better than anyone else in the order. She guessed that he never considered whether or not the men out in the grimy tents had satin blankets to sleep under. Jagang looked up at her.
"Well, woman, take off your clothes. Or would you rather I tear them off you? Your choice."
"Whether I take them off or you rip them off, it is still rape." He straightened and peered at her for a time in the silence within the tent. The camp outside had quieted down considerably, leaving only the muted sounds of distant words to melt together into a dull hum. The men were tired from the day's long march, as well as the excitement of the Jala games, and Jagang had decreed that each day's march would be equally swift until they reached the people's palace, so most of the men were no doubt in their tents, sleeping. The only one not quieted down for the night was Jagang. If he was in an excited state after the games, then after her killing the 4 men, he was on the edge of a rampage. Kahlan didn't really care. If he beat her senseless, then she wouldn't have to be conscious for what else he was going to do to her.
"You are mine now," he said in a low, dangerous tone. "You belong to me, to no one else, to me alone. I can do whatever I wish with you. If I choose to cut your throat, then it is your duty to bleed to death for me. If I give you to those 3 men who can see you, then you will submit to them, whether you like it or not, whether you do so willingly or not. You belong to me now. Your fate is what I choose for you. You have no choice in what happens to you. None. Everything that happens to you is by my choice alone."
It's still rape. He crossed the room in 3 angry strides and backhanded her, knocking her sprawling. He pulled her up by the hair and heaved her at the bed. The world spun as Kahlan tumbled through the air. She only missed the wooden post by inches.
"Of course it's rape. That's what I want it to be. That's what you have coming."
He charged to the bed like an enraged bull. His black eyes were filled with wild storms of shapes. Before she knew it, he was above her. Kahlan had it all planned out. She wasn't going to try to stop him, to give him the satisfaction of having to use force to have her. But with him right there on top of her, straddling her hips, those thoughts were lost in a sudden panic of events that she desperately didn't want to happen. She forgot all her plans and desperately tried to push his hands away. But in such a mood there was no stopping him. She had no strength to begin to match him. He didn't even bother to slap her to make her stop resisting. With one yank, he ripped her shirt open. Kahlan went still as he stopped, her chest heaving from the effort. He stared down at her breasts. She used the sudden quiet to school herself. She had just killed 4 brutes. She could do this. This was nothing compared with having a collar around her neck, having her memory stripped away from her, losing her identity, losing who she was, becoming the helpless slave to Sisters of the Dark and an emperor of a mob of thugs. This was nothing. She was better than to fight him in such a foolish manner, like a schoolgirl trying to slap away the hands of a bully. She didn't fight like that. She wouldn't. She knew better. Yes, she was terrified, but she didn't have to surrender to panic. She was afraid when she'd killed those 4 men, but she had controlled her fear and acted. She was better than he was. He was only stronger. He could only have her by force. That knowledge gave her a thread of power over him, and he knew it. He could never have her willingly because she was better than he was, and she deserved better by far. He could never have a woman like her except by force because he was weak and worthless as a man. "Is your prize of prizes satisfactory, Excellency?" she mocked.
"Oh, yes," Jagang's wicked smile widened. "Now, take off those traveling pants." When she made no move to comply, he did it for her, opening the buttons one at a time, as if opening something valuable. She lay with her hands at her sides. He hooked his fingers over the waist of her pants, drew them down her legs, and pulled them inside out, getting them off over her feet. He threw them aside as he paused to take in the length of her nearly bare body. Kahlan silently bit the inside of her cheek to keep from pushing his hand away in a panic as he glided his hand up her leg, feeling the softness of her thigh. Kahlan fought back her tears. She would have given anything not to be there, to be anywhere else but at the mercy of this monster. "Now the rest of it," he said in a thick whisper. "Take off those underthings." She could tell that pulling her clothes off had only excited him even more, so she did as he told her to do, trying to make it look anything but seductive as she did so. As he watched her following his orders, he sat on the edge of the bed and pulled off his boots. He dropped his pants and kicked them off. As sickened as she was terrified by the sight of him naked, Kahlan gave in to weakness and turned her eyes away from him. She wondered how she would ever be able to fall in love and let a man touch her after this. She reproached herself. She was never going to have the chance to fall in love. She was fretting over a problem she would never have. The bed moved under his weight as he climbed up beside her and lay down. He paused to stare at her, to run his hand over her belly. She'd expected it to be a rough touch, a harsh grabbing of her, but instead it was a furtive touch, a slow, measured evaluation of something quite valuable. She didn't expect his gentle approach to last much longer. "You really are quite extraordinary," he said in a husky voice, almost more to himself than to her. "Perceiving you through the eyes of others just wasn't the same. I can see that now." His tone had changed. The anger had melted away under the heat of his desire for her. He was on the brink of surrendering to uninhibited lust. "It's not at all the same. I always knew you were exceptional. But now that I see you like this, you are a remarkable creature. Just remarkable." Kahlan wondered what he meant when he'd said that he had perceived her through the eyes of others. She wondered if he meant that he had watched her through the eyes of the sisters. She was struck by an unexpected thought that rattled her. It was the thought of him having watched her undressing when she had thought that only a sister was there. It filled her with an icy rage at such a violation. He had been there then, watching her, planning this. But at the same time, she got the feeling that he was talking about something else, too. There was more to his words, more meaning in them, something hidden. Something in the way he'd said it made her think that he was talking about something in her life before the sisters, back before she had lost who she was. She was angry thinking about him watching her through the sisters, but thinking about him seeing her before, in her life that she couldn't remember, rattled her. He abruptly rolled over onto her. "You can't imagine how long I've wanted to do this to you." Her breathing and her heartbeat had only just started to settle down. Now it was happening too fast. Her heart was again thumping against her ribs. She wanted to slow him down, to give herself time to think of a way to prevent him from doing this to her. At the feel of his flesh against hers, though, her mind went blank. She couldn't think of any way to stop him. She could only fixate on how badly she didn't want him to do this. She reminded herself of the promises she had made to herself. She was better than him. She should act like it. She said nothing. She stared past him, up at the roof of the tent, illuminated softly in the lamplight. "You can't imagine how much I've wanted to do this to you," he said in a suddenly menacing voice. "You can't imagine how much you have this coming to you."
She shifted her gaze to meet his nightmare eyes.
No, I can't. So just get on with it and spare me a speech that means nothing to me, since I have no idea what you're talking about.
She turned her eyes away to stare off once more. She wanted to show him only indifference. She freed her mind to wander. It wasn't easy with him pressing against her, about to have his way with her, but she did her best to ignore him, to think about other things. She didn't want to give him the satisfaction of a struggle she would only lose. She thought about the Jala game, not because it was something she wished to think about, but because it was fresh enough in her mind to be easy to recall in detail. He abruptly hooked his arms behind her knees and pulled her legs up almost to her chest. It was hard to breathe. It hurt her hip joints to be bent like that, with her legs spread that way, but she swallowed back the scream and tried to ignore the way he was trying to control her, to dominate her as he took her.
If he knew, this would kill him.
Kahlan's eyes turned to him. She could only pull in half a breath against the weight of him.
Who are you talking about?
She thought that maybe it was her father, a father she didn't remember. Perhaps she had a father who was a commander in the army, and that was why she seemed to know how to fight with a knife. She couldn't imagine who else he would be talking about. She wanted to say something to deflate him, but she thought better of it and remained silent, indifferent. Jagang's mouth was on her ear. His rough stubble scraped painfully against her cheek and neck. His breathing was fast and ragged. He was lost to the lust he was about to unleash on her.
If only you knew, this would kill you,
he said, obviously and profoundly pleased with the thought. Even more puzzled, she remained silent, her worry building about what he could possibly mean. She thought he was about to resume his obviously lecherous need, but he rested there, holding her legs open, staring down at her. The length of his hairy body pressed against her, on the brink of his intent. With his weight on her, she could hardly get a breath, but she knew that any protest would only be met with disinterest in what discomfort he might be causing her. In a way, she wished he would just hurry up and get it over with. The waiting was making her crazy. She wanted to scream, but she refused to allow herself to. She couldn't help dreading how much he would hurt her, how long it might last, how it would undoubtedly be repeated, not just this night, but in the nights to come. Had not his bull weight been pressing her down into the bed, she would have been trembling in terrible anticipation.
No, he said to himself. No, this is not what I want.
Kahlan was bewildered. She wasn't sure she had heard what she thought she'd heard. He let go of her legs, letting them slip down onto the bed as he pushed himself up on his hands. She wished he weren't lying between her legs so that she could draw them together.
No, he repeated, not like this. You don't want this, but it would only be onerous. You would not like it, but nothing more. I want you to know who you are when I do this. I want you to know what I mean to you when I do this. I want you to hate this more than you have ever hated anything in your entire life. I want to be the one to do this to you both. I want to plant the memory of what it means to you in your mind when I plant my seed in you. I want that memory to haunt you for however long you might live, to haunt him forever, every time he looks at you. I want him to learn to hate you for it, to hate what you have come to represent to him, to hate your child, the child that I will give you. To do that, you have to know who you are first. If I do this to you now, it will only dull you to it, spoil the exquisite suffering it would cause you if you knew who you were when it happens to you.
So then tell me, she said, almost willing to endure rape to know. A slow, sly smile came to him.
Telling you is no good. Words would be hollow, without meaning, without emotion. You have to know. You have to remember who you are. You have to know everything, if this is to truly be rape. And I intend it to be the worst rape you can suffer. A rape that will give you a child that he will see as a reminder, as a monster.
Staring down at her, he slowly shook his head with the self-satisfaction of the dimension of his intent.
To be that, you have to be fully aware of who you are and everything this will mean to you. Everything it will touch, everything it will harm, everything it will taint for all time.
He abruptly rolled off her to the side. Kahlan drew in a breath that was almost a gasp. He gritted his teeth, and his big hand seized her right breast.
Don't think you've escaped anything, darling. You'll not be going anywhere. I'm only seeing to it that it's a lot worse for you than this would have been tonight.
He chuckled as he squeezed her breast.
Worse for him as well.
Kahlan could not imagine how anything could make it worse than it would have been. She could only imagine that to him, rape cast guilt on the victim. That was the way he thought, the way the order thought, that the victim was to blame. He abruptly shoved her out of the bed. She landed painfully on the floor, but at least her fall was broken by somewhat soft carpets. He looked down at her.
You will sleep on the floor right there beside the bed. Later I will have you in my bed.
He grinned.
When your memory returns, when this will destroy you, then I will give you what you deserve. What only I can give you, what only I can do to ruin your life and his.
Kahlan lay on the floor, fearing to move, fearing that he might change his mind. She felt heady relief that this night she would not have to endure it. He leaned over the edge of the bed, closer to her, peering down at her with his disturbing black eyes. He shoved his big hand between her legs so unexpectedly that she cried out. He grinned at her.
And if you get the idea of trying to think of a way to sneak away, or worse, to do me in while I sleep, you had better forget it right now. It won't work. All it will get you is time in the tents later on, after I've ruined everything for you. I'll see to it that all those men will have you, right there where my fingers are. Do you understand?
Kahlan nodded, feeling a tear run down her cheek.
If you move off those carpets beside the bed tonight, then the power of that collar will stop you. Do you wish to test it?
Kahlan shook her head, fearing her voice might fail her. He withdrew his hand.
Good.
She heard him turn over on his side, facing away from her. Kahlan lay perfectly still. She could hardly breathe. She wasn't sure what had happened this night, or what it could all mean. She only knew that she felt more lonely than she had ever felt in her life, at least the part of her life that she could remember. In a strange way, she almost wished he had raped her. If he had, she would not now be trembling in fear of what he'd said, wondering what he'd meant. Now she would have to wake each morning not knowing if that was the day she recovered her memory. When she did, it was somehow going to make that rape all the worse, make everything worse, far worse. Kahlan believed him. As eager as he had been to have her, and she knew very well how eager he had been, he would not have stopped at that point unless everything he'd said was true. Kahlan realized that she no longer wanted to know who she was. Her past had just become too dangerous to her for her to want to ever know who she was. If she knew, he would do the worst to her. Better that she remain in oblivion and safe from that. When she heard his even breathing, and then his low, rumbling snore, she reached out and with trembling fingers pulled on her underthings and then the rest of her clothes. Despite it being summer, she was shaking with icy dread. She pulled a nearby carpet over her as she lay beside the bed, knowing better than to test his word about the consequences of any attempt to escape. There was no escape. This was her life. She now only hoped to keep the rest of it buried and forgotten. If she ever remembered who she was, then her life would get infinitely worse. She wouldn't let that happen. She would stay behind the dark shroud. This night she was a new person, separated from who she had been. That person had to remain forever dead. She wondered who the man could be that Jagang had talked about. She feared to imagine what Jagang was going to do to him through her that would so destroy him. She forced those thoughts away. That was the old her. That person was gone forever and would remain so. In the depths of loneliness and despair, Kahlan curled up in a ball and wept silently in racking sobs. Chapter 48. Richard walked in a daze, watching the ground before him lit by moonlight. Through that dark, hazy state, only one spark of anything seemed able to burn through. Kahlan. He missed her so much. He was so tired of the struggle. He was so tired of trying. He was so tired of failing. He ached to have her back, to have his life with her back, to hold her, just to hold her. He remembered the time years before in the spirit house, when he had not known that she was the Mother Confessor, and she had been feeling desperately lonely and overwhelmed by the crushing secrets she had to keep. She had asked him to hold her, just to hold her. He remembered the pain in her voice, the pain of needing to be held, comforted. He would give anything to do that now. "Stop!" a voice hissed at him. "Wait." Richard halted. He had trouble trying to care what was going on, even though he knew he should. He could read the tension in her posture. She was like a bird of prey cocking its head, lifting its wings the slightest bit. He couldn't seem to escape the thick lethargy that weighed him down so that he could think it through. Her deportment appeared to be the coiled potential for aggression, but underlying that he saw a hint of fear. He finally managed to summon the concern to try to understand. Then, in the moonlight, he saw what Six was watching, what looked like a vast encampment spread across a valley. Because it was the middle of the night, things were relatively quiet down below. Even through the numb miasma of her presence, Richard felt his level of concern rising. He saw something else, too. Past the valley encampment, he saw, up on the high ground beyond, a castle that he thought he recognized. "Come on," Six hissed as she glided past him. Richard trudged after her, once more sinking back into the indifferent haze where all he could think about was Kahlan. They walked for what seemed like hours through the countryside in the dead of night. Six was as quiet as a snake, moving, pausing, then moving again as she made her way along minor trails through thick woods. Richard felt comforted by the smell of balsam and fir trees. The moss and ferns delighted him with childhood memories. The delight of the woods evaporated when they walked along cobbled streets, among closed shops, past dark buildings. There were men in the shadows, pairs of them carrying pikes. Richard felt as if he were in a dream, watching it all pass before his mind's eye. He half expected that all he would have to do was imagine the woods again, and they would appear. He imagined Kahlan. She did not appear. Two men in polished metal armor rushed out of a side street. They fell to their knees before Six, kissing the hem of her black dress. She slowed only slightly for their groveling supplication. They followed along as she continued up the streets, becoming escorts for the night's shadow trailing darkness behind her.